Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
She was a fast machine, she kept her motor clean. She was the best damn woman that I've ever seen. She had sightless eyes, telling me no lies, knocking me out with those American eyes, taking more than her share, had me fighting for air. She told me to come, but I was already there, 'cause the walls started shaking, earth was quaking, my mind was aching, we were making it, 'cause you shook me all night long. Yeah, you shook me all night long. Working double time on the seduction line. She was one of a kind, she was mine, oh mine. Wanted no applause, just another chorus. Made a meal out of me and came back for more. Had to cool me down to take another round. Now I'm back in the ring to take another swing, 'cause the walls start shaking, earth was quaking, my mind was aching, and we were making it, 'cause you shook me all night long. Yeah, you shook me all night long. John Pop. Shook me all night long. Yeah, you shook me all night long. La la la, you shook me all night long. La la la, you shook me all.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Last day of January 31st, as we get going today with another live show. Basketball tonight in Tuscaloosa. Everybody talking about, is it time to panic or not? Seth Davis has some thoughts. We'll get into that in just a second as we roll into another show packed with basketball, college football, and the NFL. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Lunsford Forrester. Tyler is with us as well. Taylor Corn handling everything social media as we get going. Remember, nextround.store for all of your next round gear as we move into a new year and get ready for a lot of fun coming up the next couple of weeks, getting ready for the Super Bowl as well. Let's start, though, with a little conversation about basketball and where Alabama is right now. Seth Davis is just a guy with an opinion, right? He just happens to sit on the CBS set that during March Madness. But he also writes for The Athletic. And he gives a group of teams that are, he considers to be hot teams, top 5 teams in the country to watch down the stretch, and 5 overrated teams. And he does this time every year because after the AFC-NFC championship, he believes, like a lot of people, this is the first time for some football fans to pay attention to basketball. And he sort of gives you a catching up. Sort of a quick basketball 101 for the basketball folks who have been out. I want to start with the overrated group. And this is where you can talk yourself into a problem sometimes. His overrated group.
I'm going to assume there's 2 West Coast teams on here.
Go ahead. Give me who you think
I would think that he's got Gonzaga and UCLA as overrated teams.
He does have Gonzaga as an overrated team, which is interesting in a lot of circles. He's got Gonzaga overrated. He's got Xavier overrated. He's got UConn overrated. He's got Clemson overrated. And he's got the Auburn Tigers overrated. Now, the problem is...
Well, Auburn's barely rated. They're 25th.
Well, same with UConn.
Yeah, well, no, I think he's talking about just where you're going with any rating services, not just the AP poll. The problem you talk yourself into is... one of the teams that is hot and you can count on down the stretch is Purdue, of course, and Alabama's in that mix. What do you notice about the overrated category? Gonzaga, UConn, what did they do to Alabama?
Well, they beat them.
They beat them, yeah. And then Auburn, of course, you have a couple of games still to come with them. It's interesting.
Yeah, what I noticed is not much of a Big 12 or SEC flavor in his overrated. Like, did you mention a single Big 12 team in there?
No, Zags, Xavier, UConn, Auburn, and Clemson.
Yeah, and not a ton of SEC, obviously. You've got Auburn in there. Not a ton of Big 10. So it looks like he feels like what everybody says of the power conferences, Big 10, Big 12, SEC, are, in his mind, the power conferences.
Yeah, the underrated, he would have some Big 10, I bet.
Yeah. Tennessee, UCLA, Houston, Purdue, and Alabama are his 5 hot teams to keep an eye on down the stretch. Not a lot of Big 12 and Big 10 as much as you would think there as well. But that's the problem you have right now with Alabama. Everyone's saying, don't panic. This team, as Seth calls it, the best A game in the country. When they play their best,
I agree with that.
They're the best in the country.
Yeah, and it's, I think the style of play for Tennessee and Houston is a little bit alike. Maybe more than a little bit. Maybe you would say a lot
defensive.
alike. Yeah, they're more defensive-based
Yeah, but
teams.
Houston can score.
More than Tennessee can. I mean, if you look at KenPom, Houston's offense is 8th, Tennessee's is 33rd. So there's a difference there. But Tennessee's the top defense of the nation. They play a little bit alike. But their offensive game is not going to be dazzling to you. Alabama's offensive game can be dazzling. And they still play, really good defense in spite of the way they've played of late. They're still 6th in the nation in KenPom in defensive efficiency. So they're still a really good defense. But when their offense is on, it can be dazzling. And I think that's why he says when they've got the A game, they probably look like the best team in America.
Yeah. So I don't know. As we get ready for a game tonight where I saw it last night, Alabama was a 13.5-point favorite. I don't know where we sit today on our MyBookie line at mybookie.ag. But this is supposed to be a comfortable W tonight for Alabama as they play Vanderbilt 7:30 over in Coleman Coliseum. But I'm interested and fascinated to see, does this team not look tired anymore? They looked a little worn down against Mississippi State, and then the quick trip out to Oklahoma. It's a lot of basketball, and when you've got as many as 4 freshmen at times playing the most minutes in there. This becomes the longest season you've ever had. If you played high school basketball or a lot of club balls, this season can start grinding on you right now. I want to see energy level, what their legs look like tonight.
Well, Nate Oates said yesterday, hey, look, there's no reason to panic. And instead of taking Sunday off to watch championship games, they practiced. So after getting blown out, you say that they looked tired, which they did, but Nate Oates wasn't buying into that. So this is a team that had Vanderbilt down 23 in Nashville just a couple of weeks ago. Brandon Miller goes for a game-high 30 points. They're sitting as a 15.5-point favorite tonight. Nate Oates said, look, I fully expect us to have our A game and our crowd to have its A game. Now, I don't know how many people are going to show up for a 7:30 tip tonight against Vanderbilt on a Tuesday night. But I do think Alabama shows up tonight. That's a big number.
That is a big number. 2-touchdown favorite on college basketball. I mean, just to put it in perspective, let's find a SEC game here because State's a big favorite at South Carolina, but South Carolina is awful.
This is the largest I think Alabama has been this year in the SEC.
Probably. So here's a good one. Arkansas, Texas A&M. I mean, Texas A&M's played some pretty good basketball of late. Arkansas's favored 3.5 at home there.
It's home game. Texas A&M at Arkansas there tonight, 6 o'clock on ESPN2. That's another fascinating game to watch because I don't know about you guys. Texas A&M I didn't buy into until they beat Auburn down at Auburn. Now they look pretty good. So I'd like to see what Texas A&M is tonight on the road against Arkansas, who, I don't know about you guys, I still believe in Arkansas.
Well,
I still think they'll be pretty good down the stretch.
You specifically asked Andy Katz about them yesterday, and, Andy was talking about, at one point it was what's the seeding going to be for Arkansas, and now it's Arkansas just getting into the NCAA tournament. That's why I think tonight's game is really a pivotal game for both of those teams because I think, down the stretch they're going to need these wins. And A&M was lucky to survive Vanderbilt this past weekend. They were down late in the second half, end up winning that game. But Arkansas is just not whole.
I have never been an A&M believer this year, though. Never been. I mean, even with their win at Auburn, I just thought, maybe they're a little better than I give them credit for, but I don't think they're a top-tier team in the Southeastern Conference.
They're scrappy, man.
They're scrappy, but scrappy's not something you say about a top-tier team.
No. I don't think A&M by any means. I could see A&M get into the tournament and win 2 games, get to a Sweet 16.
Maybe.
Wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, maybe. Buzz Williams has done that before, at other places. But they're 41st. Tell us for bless you. That is the loudest sneeze I've ever heard. I am wearing in-ear headphones through a wall.
That was Lunsford? Yes. It sounded like it came from the front of the office. He's a ventriloquist, or what is it?
Ventriloquist.
Yeah. Y'all got the aftershocks.
Yeah.
Texas A&M still 41st in the Ken Pom. And I think that's about where A&M is. I think they're probably a top 40 team in the country.
And then Kansas State and Kansas play tonight again, and everyone's focused on that one. To the better teams in the Big 12, 7 o'clock. You'll watch that one, Brownie. I think I'm right about this on ESPN Plus.
So
Whoa.
Yeah.
There is not.
It's been one of the best regular season games we've had this year.
Listen,
last week.
I am all for everybody streaming. I think streaming is the wave of the future.
I still can't find.
But it is just kind of weird. You what?
I still can't find this ESPN Plus stuff.
How can you not?
Well, I mean, I can pull it up on the laptop and stuff. It's just a pain in the ass.
Do you have Hulu?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, if you got Hulu, you just hit your Hulu app on your TV. Boom! It pops up and it's right there.
Or you could download the ESPN app on your TV and just do it that way.
I could.
Yep.
I could.
It's actually very easy.
Or maybe you don't want to watch it that bad.
No, I do want to watch it.
It's really easy. It's easy as anything else.
I just can't believe it's not on one of the major networks.
Well, it is. It's on ESPN
Plus.
That's the streaming home of ESPN. It's what we should embrace. It's where everything's going.
I get it. It's where everything's going. But tonight, when you've got, you can get Connecticut and DePaul on a major network.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem with the Big 12. Landmine Believer in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there hits the nail on the head. What I believe, this Vandy team is better than its record indicates. I don't know what they'll do tonight in Tuscaloosa, but I think Vandy is a better team, and that's why they played Texas A&M so close.
I mean, I'm getting destroyed over there. Get me a smart TV. I've got smart TVs.
He just doesn't know how to use them.
I do not get up to change the channel. No.
Smart, Chris.
Oh, do I still get up to change the channel?
Yeah, Chris. Smart TVs work both ways, though. You got to have a little IQ working both ways on the technology there. It takes a little. It takes a little somebody to program it in.
No, I'm just more so. Okay, I'll be able to find it if I really want to, as you said. I'm just really surprised. I guess they're just trying to drive people there.
Well, there's no doubt they are. I mean, you put a game like that, and now ESPN Plus is going to cost you, what is it, $4.95 a month, $9.95? I think it's $9.95 a month.
Just comes out of my checking account.
Why? I think when you first got it, it was like $4.95 a month. But this is how they charge $9.95 a month, because you know what? There are a lot of Kansas people doing today, paying for the ESPN Plus for the first time, because this is the first time they've been forced to do this to watch Kansas State play. So
probably not with that Big 12 TV deal. They put They got a lot of good games that get stuck over on ESPN Plus, both football and with basketball. So we're off and running. That's a little basketball tonight. Kansas State rolling at ESPN Plus tonight, probably the biggest game in the country tonight. But Bama's back at it. We will jump in to some football news right after LT tells us about our friends at Gutter Cap. C. Stu had a chance to spend a little time with him over the weekend, and he wants to remind all of you guys, if you have not taken advantage of some great Gutter Cap deals they got going right now, now's the time to do it, because that rainy season is upon us.
Yeah, and you need to keep those gutters clean and free flowing. The answer is our friends at Gutter Cap. A spat and aluminum cover system fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Over a 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. He's got a 2023 special for you. Call 823-2212. That's 823-2212. GutterCapBirmingham.com. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You don't want to do it. Let my friend C. Stu handle it. Absolutely free estimate. Great guys. Call today, 823-2212. Cap it. Don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
All right, so here we go on Big 12 release date for their football schedule. Looking forward to this coming up at 1 o'clock Central today, right when the show ends. We'll get the Big 12 schedule release. But, little problem happened yesterday.
Loose lips?
TCU built their little graphic ready to go, and then somebody accidentally hit send, and as you quickly do, a lot of people grabbed the screen grab, and you got the TCU schedule a day too early. That includes them going on the road in week 3 at Houston, and they get BYU at home. That's part of their new expanded Big 12. Remember, next year, you not only do you keep Texas and Oklahoma, but you get UCF, Cincinnati, Houston, and BYU. So of the new schools, TCU gets BYU in a home game in October, and they get a trip to Houston in September.
It's a solid 7-5 schedule for TCU, right?
No,
there,
I think they're probably 6-6. Yeah. You know, and I had that.
What?
Absolutely.
I had that stake bet with you where I said that I forgot exactly how we did it, but I have Sonny Dykes and TCU like outliving 500 in the Big 12 over the next 3 seasons. I think it was
something like that, over 500.
I don't think I get it. I mean, based on that schedule, I think this is about to. This is going to be one of those years people will look back and be like, "How in the hell did TCU?"
There's no doubt. I mean, that's 7-5, 6-6 right there.
Forrester, give us that schedule again. You guys see 7-5 and 6-6.
Oh, absolutely.
They're 2-0 to start.
Yep.
I mean, they'll probably run Colorado.
They'll probably
off the
be
field.
4-0 actually.
I think they lose at Houston.
Okay.
I think they beat SMU, West Virginia. I think they win at Iowa State. So what are we now?
6-1 or 5-1 or 6-0.
5-1.
5-1. Well, boy, that finish. Look at this. The second half of that schedule.
This is when it gets tricky.
Yeah.
Coin flip with BYU.
That's right. At Kansas State's a loss. Yep.
Lose at Texas
I
Tech.
agree.
Lose to Texas.
I agree. Lose to Baylor.
Oh, wait. They just said nice things about Sark. Mark that so we can bring it back.
Not a nice thing. It's more about the program.
It's more about Texas Christian.
Now, TCU has owned Texas.
And at Oklahoma. That's a loss, I think.
Yeah.
So, I think that is and that's a Black Friday game, too, by the way. That jumps out at me.
7-5 or 6-6.
Yeah, I think it's a 7-5 schedule. I think we crash back to earth here for TCU.
And I think what will be interesting, I think Vegas right now, if I had to put their team total, I would put it at 7.5. You got to inflate it just a little bit based on the brand where they're coming from.
The brand?
But
TCU?
I mean, hell, they played for a national championship. You know what I'm saying? The brand off of last year. That number will be 7.5. And some people that don't follow college football closely will be like, this is a steal.
Easy money. You think it'll be 7.5?
I do think it'll be 7.5.
Dunaway, what was your projection there? You scoff at our 6-6, 7-5.
Well, no, I mean, there's a lot of toss-up games, but my God, did y'all watch TCU last year? Every game they played last year was a toss-up
I know,
game.
and they won them all, so what does that tell you?
Well, I mean, the theory of large numbers means they lose all the close ones this
right,
year.
Yep.
Yeah,
and I mean, do we trust Sonny Dykes? Again, we've got a big sample size on Sonny Dykes. You've really got one great year.
And you know who I saw doing a press conference in front of a Senior Bowl backdrop yesterday?
That would be the quarterback.
That would be old Max Duggan. Yep. So unless Sonny Dykes can pull a rabbit out of the hat, I like them about 7-5.
And you know who was stretching, getting ready to run down the hill at Clemson? Garrett Riley. He's not there either.
That's right, yeah.
Got to keep up with the coach there.
Yeah.
By the way, LT loved this yesterday. Duke getting ready with their ACC schedule release yesterday. September 4th, they get to play Clemson.
This is incredible. Brown, have you seen this?
I have not seen this.
Okay,
No, what
so
we got
here we go. Duke player touching a rock and then running down a hill.
Hilarious.
That's like Forrest Gump.
And he's running like Dabo.
That's what it is. They're spoofing Dabo.
They are. They're 100% making fun of Dabo.
Getting ready for Duke and Clemson.
Yep.
One touch the rock and then dead run.
100% making fun of Dabo.
I wish they'd put him in khakis.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
they really
I can't believe Duke football has gotten to the point where they're making fun of anybody. But that is pretty funny.
This is Duke football. Give me one more run. Let it run one more time.
I'll tell you, man, Mike Elko did one of the best jobs in college
He
football.
did, but they're still Duke, Lance. I mean,
Well, let's get that upset early on.
that ain't happening.
Now, I've only been at the open end of that stadium before. I've never come in out
That
of the
actually
tunnel.
looks better right there, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
coming out of the tunnel there, I didn't know it was downhill like that, unless they just built that just for this. But
I don't think they did.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, coming out of that rock.
Better looking facility than I would have thought
Yeah,
they had.
I think the stadium actually looks pretty cool.
No, it does not.
Well,
mean,
Dunaway, did they
I'm
have
saying for Duke, I don't have a high expectation.
That looks
for what,
cool. I didn't get to see any
what
of
Duke
that.
Stadium would look
that
like.
looks cool right there. The rocks and the.
I think the trees out there.
Oh yeah, there's beautiful trees down there. It's just you get that at local high school stadiums.
Yeah, I mean, Dunaway's basically saying it's a 6A stadium, not even 7A.
No, I'd go 7A.
That
7A?
tunnel looks pretty good.
Hey, were all those blue seats there when you were there?
I don't think so, Brown.
Yeah,
I think
they may have added
I
those?
think that's new too.
Yeah.
You know what gets me every
That was on
time?
the visitor side, just like high school.
We relate so much with music, and every time I see Duke Stadium, I think about your
I
Chicago
do too.
Saturday in the Park.
I do too. Every time. If I turn on a Duke game, I think of Saturday in the Park.
And I think Chicago is a very talented band. I like some of their stuff. I hate that song, Saturday in the Park.
For those that may not remember the story or be new to us, we got a lot of new people. When Alabama played Duke up there, it wasn't when the team ran onto the field. It's when they first came out for warm-ups, right? But the team's coming on the field. There's usually something playing on
AC/DC.
DMX.
Yeah, something's
X
driving.
gonna give it to you.
Right. But
Saturday.
and
Those dudes are
as
getting
Duke's
pumped.
coming out to kick and start running some drills and stuff, they're playing Saturday in the Park.
People families having picnics on the 50-yard line.
What if you're a recruit and you're sitting there? I'm like, hey, look, I'm done. I don't even need to see this game.
Well, they don't even know what Saturday in the Park is, but I'm sitting there, I'm looking around, and you can just see the early Alabama fans who were in the stadium. They were like,
Is this real?
are they playing Saturday in the Park here at the stadium? Man, are we hyped up, man? Saturday in the Park here
What
at
was
Duke.
what was the split like in that crowd? Do you remember?
Oh, it was heavy Alabama.
Yeah,
I think
so
it was
probably 70-30 Alabama.
I think it
maybe?
was very much like you get old school Vanderbilt days.
Yeah, like when Alabama plays in Nashville, or for that
Stadiums-
matter, when Auburn plays there, or Tennessee plays there, or anybody. Yeah.
Stadium's a lot alike too, by the way, size-wise and everything.
Vanderbilt Stadium's awful.
Yeah, this one does actually look better than the Vandy Stadium.
Wasn't that like a 48-7 final? Didn't Trent Richardson take like the opening kickoff
Something
back?
like that, yeah. I remember it was scoring early.
Trip, who's up in North Carolina, one of our great viewers and listeners, says Wallace Wade is a punchline for those of us who live in North Carolina.
Yeah. Now,
That's Wallace Wade Stadium.
I agree with whoever said it in the Vulcan Tower and Automotive chat room. Go ahead and cue Clemson putting a 50 spot on Duke in week 1. Lincoln Riley,
they'll try.
Lincoln Riley really showing out in week 1.
I bring up that ACC schedule because we'll talk about their biggest game right after LT tells us about our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff with Redmont coming up for March Madness. I saw Goose and some others talking about, I did not have an idea for the bracket punishment. I didn't have one. These two have been throwing out ideas, and we were asking for you guys to send ideas, but I don't have one. I'm really bad at picking a bracket challenge punishment. LT had a couple that he teased a couple of days ago and unveiled on the show that were very aggressive, I remember.
Very aggressive.
I don't think so. Were they?
Well, one was we had to get a job in another market and work it for 3 days.
Yeah. And then the other one was just go to the WNBA All-Star game and ask questions wearing T-shirts.
Yeah, wearing what they would consider to be offensive T-shirts.
Yeah. What was
Make me a sandwich?
Make me a sandwich.
What was the Susan B. Anthony one?
Oh, God, I forgot. What was the Susan B. Anthony one? Susan B. Anthony used to make my great-grandfather sandwiches.
Better it would be Susan B. Anthony's dollar was only worth 75 cents, right?
Yeah, that could
because
work.
of the pay disparity
See, now you're
between
getting
men
on
and
board.
Yeah.
that was my statement that women and men should make the same.
Okay. And that game is in Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, God, that's awful.
I know.
That would suck to have to go to Vegas.
Yeah, but I mean, you do have to do a little work.
You got to
there.
work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now, mine was from a listener. Mine was a viewer submitted, and it was we each get blindfolded, throw a dart at a U.S. map, and have to go to that location.
Yeah. But
So it's a different punishment for all three of us.
keep those coming in, and we'll Brown will, as always, be good at remembering them all.
And I'm
I'll
telling
try.
you, somebody, it was either one of our great sponsors or listeners sent us right after I completed it last summer. This is what you guys need to do next year. And immediately I was like, that's a winner.
And now you've forgotten it.
And I can't find it. So if you're out there listening, resubmit.
We lost it.
All that to say, our friends at Redmond Vodka, we're getting ready to have a good time with them coming up in March.
Yeah, again, Win Chuck's Bucks. We're going to give you more information on that. Redmont Vodka, it's locally owned and operated. Ask for it by name. Somebody in the chat room yesterday said, I can't find Redmont Vodka where I live. We'll continue to ask. It's available in 20 states now. It is one of the fastest growing distilleries out there. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. Available at local package stores, including the Beverage Place and Pink Package. Also ABC stores. Again, ask for it by name. It's Redmont Vodka.
Thank you for the 100 quick messages over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Always love when we hit that in the first segment there. We appreciate your input over there all the time, and our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive in their 4 great locations for sponsoring the video chat room over there. We appreciate you watching us. Give us a thumb up on all those video platforms. I started all the schedule and showed you the Duke video to get to one part of the ACC schedule release yesterday, and that's the biggest game of the year in the ACC, Florida State and Clemson, coming up September 23rd. Problem with the ACC is, I mean, that's the biggest game of the year. A couple other games on September 23rd when you play one of your bigger games early in the season. On that day, a little game we like to call Ole Miss at Alabama. A little juice in that game, right? Not the biggest game in the country, but there'll be juice between.
I'm sorry.
Ole Miss
Is
and
that the
Alabama.
biggest SEC game?
I don't know, Brand. Let me throw a couple at you.
Okay, because I want to try to place these on the networks here.
Yeah, Arkansas, LSU, Auburn, and Texas A&M, and a sneaky good game that probably end up being maybe Tom Hart and those guys on SEC Network, UTSA at Tennessee. That's not a bad game. That's a good football game. UTSA at Tennessee.
Well, Frank Lucas is back for year number 7 or whatever it is. They gave him $1 million deal.
Yeah. So those are your highlights of the SEC that day. You have some. You have. I said Arkansas, LSU. I think you have Kentucky and Mississippi State, somebody like that.
I was just going to see if Ole Miss is undefeated. They play Mercer at Tulane and host Georgia Tech. They should be undefeated. If Alabama beats Texas, they should be undefeated. That's undefeated. I'm putting that one on CBS. So that's CBS.
There's another little game that day. Ohio State and Notre Dame, primetime NBC probably, but Ohio State and Notre Dame that day. So you can see where and UCLA and Utah that day.
Yeah, that sounds like a late night Fox game, a Brock Heward Fox game.
We can only hope.
Yep.
Or sadly could be a big noon kickoff game with in Provo.
Yeah, they've hesitated to do that.
Yeah.
In Salt Lake City.
But then you have Florida State and Clemson, which will be a huge football game.
Yeah, I mean, I think we forget, that game this year. And look, Clemson's offense, it wasn't anything exciting. Obviously, they made a transition there to, as you said earlier in the show, Garrett Riley. But that game before Florida State really started to hit, middle of the season, Clemson survived, winning that game by 6, 34-28. So, you just assume the game will be in Clemson, so Clemson will be favored. But that's one of those toss-up games.
I mean, you're right. It should be the biggest game in the ACC this year.
For the whole season.
Yeah.
And at that point, if Florida State and Clemson have survived to, what is that, week 4 and they're unbeaten, that's 2 top 10 teams.
I mean, again, it sounds like ABC Prime. I'm with you. You got a lot going head-to-head because just in prime time right there, you could have Ohio State, Notre Dame, UCLA, Utah, and that one. That's a good prime time. Hey, sign me right up for that on a Saturday night.
Exciting for a minute in time, and you guys remember it. Florida State Clemson was one of the great matchups in college football. It was only like a 3-year window.
The Bowden Bowl was pretty good. I mean, you had Tommy against Bobby, but then once Dabo took over, it still stayed good. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just saw
Dabo and Jimbo.
our best potential challenge.
What was? Oh, we'll save it for after the break.
Okay.
Let's take a quick break here. We'll get into some more of those
And
challenges.
I'm all about it. I don't know why. This is probably
Okay.
going to be worse for me than you guys.
I have not seen it.
No, not according to you yesterday. There's no way I'm losing 2 in a row.
Yeah, he said it just like
Did I sound like that?
a cartoon
tomorrow.
cartoon bear, apparently.
I'm a lot bigger than I seem on the air. I was going Floribama voice, LT. There is no way I will lose 2 years in a row.
No, we've got some news coming up on that. So.
Yeah, we might do another show for that.
Yeah. Hey, how about we spread some of this out over 4 hours? We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, we'll get into that bracket challenge and everything else that's going on in the sports world, including Brock Purdy, who apparently was hurt a little bit more than we were making out. It's next, right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. Vandy and Alabama tonight, 7:30 on the SEC network. Tyron Lawrence been hot lately for Vandy, averaging 14 points a game. Brandon Miller, though, one of 20 finalists for the Wooden Award, the basically football terms, the Heisman Trophy of college basketball. Brian Passing just drove off the road when I said
threw
that.
up in his mouth a little bit.
The Heisman Trophy of college basketball. It goes to the nation's best player. 20 of the list has been whittled down to 20 players. Brandon Miller is still one of those. We'll get into the bracket discussion, punishment there, and some college football news and the Brock Purdy injury, all for the remainder of this hour. But part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. If you're looking for a great way to get into shape, lose a few pounds, maybe control some blood pressure or cholesterol numbers that are going in the wrong direction as you get older as a man or a woman, it is time to get to my friend Leslie and her board-certified team at Way to Wellness. How do you get in touch with them? It's easy. You go to a website. It's called aplanforme.com. Just type in aplanforme.com. That takes you to the Way to Wellness website. Leslie's local. She loves sports as well, so you can talk sports when you're in there with her. Her board-certified team, just wonderful group of people who are there to help you out. Every plan is different, not cookie-cutter. There are no contracts. There are no sign-up fees. Your consultation's free. No out-of-pocket money to go see what it's all about. It's Way to Wellness. The website's aplanforme.com. Go by and check it out. It's your journey to healthy living. All right, back to the bracket punishment. Which one did you see that you like a lot?
It's a polygraph, and I think we've got to do it at this point. I was talking to Taylor out in the lobby. She agrees 100%. I know Lunsford's behind it. Rocky, I don't know how you feel about it, but loser, we strap on a polygraph and we get to just bombard them with questions.
So we get to pick the questions.
Yep.
Nothing off the table.
Well, polygraph is also only yes, no answers.
Okay.
It's not like, what do you think
there was a hesitation to my last question. Is anything off the table?
No.
I don't think anything's off the table. And again, I think I've got the most to lose here. As far as like skeletons in closet.
Yeah. Now, I agree with what Lunsford is saying. We have to think of this from a content perspective. Is this good content for the show? I do believe this is good content for the show.
But why don't we just do this with everybody takes a turn in the chair, and that's good content for the show. Everybody has we can just do a whole series, 10-part series of who's in the polygraph chair this week. We just do it for 10 segments, and we make a different punishment. I'm just saying, if it's that good content, let's do everybody's in the chair. I want to hear Rockstar's secrets too.
Yeah, but I think this gives us a really good bracket challenge.
Rockstar, do you or do you not like chicken fingers?
Absolutely, yes.
I love Pritchlaw over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. LT, you don't give a shit what anybody thinks. We already know all your dirt. That's not even true. Not even close.
I know this guy pretty well. You're off. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not like you're.
I mean, I haven't buried a body.
Yeah.
As far as
haven't found where to dig yet.
No, I know where I would go. I know where I would go.
You're not hooked up.
I think the funny thing is, like, Brown seems like the All-American kid, but I mean, we don't know. We've never had him on a polygraph.
Brown, I'll go ahead and tell you, can beat the polygraph. He can. I mean,
I've never tried. I don't know.
I think I can beat the polygraph too.
Here we go.
I do.
Brown is Baptist. I mean, he spends a lot of his time in denial. Kidding.
Kidding.
No, I really believe I'm a good liar.
I think you are. I don't disagree with you. I do think you're a good liar, Dunaway.
No, but I think it's predictable when you're lying. But if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think you're a good liar when there's nothing on the line. I just knowing you, I think once you get hooked up with that polygraph, you're going to get nervous. I mean,
right,
that needle's going to be going zzz.
But that's right.
Yeah.
It's not going to be like the polygraph guy would come in as like, well,
it's unreadable.
Yeah, this guy, I can't get a read on him because I asked him his name and it says he's lying, which may be my big lie. Maybe I'm not really me.
Yeah. Now, look, there's a lot of people like Wade's already sending us the whole polygraph thing's BS anyway. They don't work. It was just used as a, intimidation thing.
Right.
So I don't even know if they're accurate. And I'm not trying to skirt it. I'm fine doing it. I'm just saying. And I've always thought it was a little intimidation, like when the guy's giving you the polygraph and you say something and he marks that little spot.
And you're
now it's in your head.
Now what did
wait. Did he think I was lying right there? I mean, now it's all in your head.
Or is that the truth line? Yeah.
I mean, polygraphs, they actually, they were part of criminal cases.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm saying, though. But a lot of people think
you cannot submit them in court anymore. They're not submittable in court.
Well, they were submittable.
Like long time ago.
I think
not
that's
anymore.
why they're not now.
Because you can't prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that person's lying or if the machine malfunctioned.
That's what I'm saying. They think, or there's at least a school of thought that they've never been dependable and that they were just used as an intimidation thing.
Yeah.
Like, well, we've got you on the polygraph lying.
Well, I mean, considering we've I've never taken a polygraph. You guys?
I have not. No,
I have not.
I think
no.
it would
I'm a
probably
bad
be
test taker.
pretty intimidating the first time we take one.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be comfortable at all. Even though I, honest to goodness, don't really have a whole lot to hide in my life. I don't think I would be comfortable at all hooked up to one.
Tripp says, Jerry, it's not a lie if you believe it, and that's the key to life.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, and I was telling Lunsford the other day, the best lie is a half truth.
But that was a great Costanza line. It's not a lie.
It was all because
if you believe it.
Jerry's cop friend, I was asking to watch Melrose Place. Like, nope, never seen it. She's like, I think you're lying. Nope, I don't watch Melrose Place. Nope.
Yeah, see, some of that would be really, really funny because we could come up with some really creative questions.
Our friends at Odie's always creative on Wednesday nights. That's where LT and the crew will be this Wednesday night for trivia night coming up.
Yeah, actually, it's going to be me, Rocky, and Brown.
That's right.
Who's going to be pinch hitting for Will Haver.
And from the bullpen.
Yeah, so come join us tomorrow night. Get there a little early. Enjoy some incredible food from Rodney Davis. The burgers, the wings, delicious sandwiches. We talk about that Diablo sandwich all the time. Bowls of chili. It's ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. The weather hasn't been bad. It's going to dry up a little bit, inside or outside on that patio. Come watch college basketball. But it's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Some other great suggestions over there. Just have the loser spend the night in the drunk tank.
Oof. That sounds awful. I mean, jail's bad enough. Jail with a bunch of drunks.
Yeah, it sounds like it would smell like puke and pee.
I agree.
The 2 P's. Or it could be 3 P's. Yeah, puke, pee, and poop. Yep.
Oh, the furry convention. Before she mentions the furry convention, we've looked at that one before because there was one in Atlanta, I believe.
Yep.
Tyler had one go to Juggalo Fest.
The what?
The Juggalos, the Insane Clown Posse, the guys that paint their face. It's in Ohio. It's a scene. You get some good interviews there. So people are all dressed as clowns. ICP. And you get to see Ohio.
Yeah. I will say this. The only thing I would say about the polygraphs, it's going to save the company a lot of money.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. I think the trips have proven to be our best thing. Don't you?
I like all of our punishments, so I have no opinion.
I mean, we've never done a polygraph.
I think the trips have proven to be our best thing, Rockstar. Do you agree?
Well, I'm trying to think. Well, because they've gotten bigger and bigger every year. Like, it's different when Lance dressing as the Flash. If we did that now, Lance dressing as the Flash, you'd be like, that was your punishment?
Oh,
like,
I know.
It's so tame compared to what we've grown into.
Well, that's why I think this is so unique. I mean, this might be a cow and poll question. You know, does it sound better on the surface polygraph or a trip somewhere?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think the trips have paid off.
It's something we can work out in a meeting or some point. You keep those coming in, and we'll figure some things out as we get closer to March Madness in just a little over a month from now as we get closer. We did want to bring up the Brock Purdy injury because yesterday, LT, you asked the question, what do you do if you're the 49ers at quarterback? You know, there was a belief at some point that Purdy was the guy that maybe you just say, hey, he's our quarterback. He's the guy we're going to go with. They're 7-0. With Purdy as the starter, 16 touchdowns, 4 interceptions in his time at quarterback there. There's Trey Lance, who you have. Jimmy G's a free agent now. Are you going to get into the mix with Brady, Rodgers, or Carr? A lot of things, but word comes out that it is a complete tear of the UCL for Brock Purdy. That means there will be some kind of surgery. If it is a salvageable tendon in his elbow, they will be able to reattach it, add some support to it, and it'll be basically 6 months. If it's a complete Tommy John surgery, not as long as it takes for a baseball player, but still a 7 to 9 month recovery. It seems like this injury maybe derails a little bit of Brock Purdy becoming the franchise quarterback for the 49ers.
Yeah, look, and this is kind of a rare injury when it comes to quarterbacks. It happened. You mentioned the name Nick Mullins on the show yesterday. I forgot. I guess you were talking about Dan Mullen, but Nick came out, and I immediately was just thinking to myself when you guys were having the conversation, if Nick was still on that roster on Sunday, they would have had a fighting chance. But he had a similar injury in 2020, and then in 2007, Jake Delhomme, who had a really good career, abbreviated career with the Carolina Panthers, he had Tommy John surgery. So, but this is really rare for an NFL quarterback, and for anybody that was questioning Brock Purdy's toughness on Sunday, including a lot of people in my house.
I was about to say, I hope you two feel bad about this.
I can't even imagine the pain this guy was going through. And for him to even go out there in the second half, pretty impressive, just to throw 2 passes.
Yeah, a lot of pain just with the arm hanging down there, let alone to go out and drop those 2 little screen passes attempts there.
But I think worst case, he would be back 2 weeks into camp.
Yeah.
I'm just, you know how I feel. I don't believe you've ever should have considered building this team around Brock Purdy. I think this is a one-off, one-and-done, nice story. He was never going to be what you wanted him to be. I mean, this is a Disney story. Maybe if he had made the Super Bowl, it's the Disney ending. I don't know, but you can't build an NFL franchise around Brock Purdy. Come on, man. Yeah, I mean, you don't build an NFL franchise around Brock Purdy.
If he has the surgery tomorrow on February 1st, it's September, October at the earliest he's back. I mean, 7 to 9 months.
Yeah, if it's 7 to 9 months.
Yeah.
But I think most people are saying it's going to be 6 months.
Yeah. Well,
But
we'll see when they get in
let me
there.
ask you guys this. Who had the better college career, Tom Brady or Brock Purdy?
But that's the straw man argument. Okay, so I'm going to pick the one guy out of 150 quarterbacks that made it. And I'm going to say, because that guy did, I'm going to build it around Brock Purdy.
No, I'm not saying you build it around Brock Purdy, but I mean,
if he's your quarterback, you do.
He hasn't lost yet.
Yeah. But Tommy Frazier had a better college career.
Yeah,
nobody
know.
considered him for the pros.
No, but I'm just saying we really don't know. Brock Purdy might end up, I mean, he was in Ames. He didn't have a lot around him. Now he's got arguably the best roster outside of quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, some of you in the chat room, like Tripp and others, are saying it does look like Brady and the 49ers could be on a collision course.
I got it coming up on 4 downs. I've got that question.
Okay.
I'll let you guys answer it.
That's coming up a little bit later on as we get closer and closer to that Super Bowl, which, of course, is not this weekend. It's a week from this Sunday. Back into the college football world, a new name emerging in the Alabama offensive coordinator conversation. We'll get to that and a little bit of the history he has there. And a big pickup for Mississippi State football fans, I think, anyway. We'll see what you guys think. It ended up being a twofer. 2 people, 2 different sports for Mississippi State in a package deal. You don't get that in the transfer portal very often. Show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Secure those valuables with our friends at Nichols. And don't forget, deer season's down to about 10 days.
50% off all deer hunting accessories. Your deer calls, scents, attractants, now through the end of February. That's a great deal. So either stock up for the remainder of deer season or just get some stuff for next deer season. 50% off deer hunting accessories now through the end of February. Nichols Outfitters, I-65 exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, big news from our friends at Wayne's. 2023 is their 50th year in business and is their way of saying thank you to loyal customers in the communities they serve. They're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. This offer is good to existing customers as they add services or new customers. This offer good through February 28th. Hey, look, Wayne's keeps all of us here on the next round pest, termite, mosquito free. They also keep our lawns looking fantastic. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl. It is the 52nd O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills, and the next round will be live at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex Friday 3 to 5. Get discounted adult tickets in advance at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. And see us there Friday at 3 at the World of Wills.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Senior Bowl week going on down in Mobile. Our buddy Jim Nagy hosted a big event last night. They get down to the details of practice and everything going on the rest of the week. Good weather forecasted for the game on Saturday in Mobile, but all the work really done on the practice fields during the week for all the NFL scouts and NFL personnel, all of them who are in Mobile. Henry Toa, another guy who will not be participating this week. He has an undisclosed injury. You get a lot of that, of people who agree to be in this game, and then when they start evaluating their draft positions and stuff, you come up with these, not saying he's not hurt, but sometimes you come up with these undisclosed injuries. So maybe you sort of hold your cards close to the vest. I like where I am right now. I don't want to go get picked apart down on the practice field for 3 days.
Yeah, I think if I was representing one of these guys and you're a first or second rounder, I mean, maybe if you're a second rounder and you think your guy could work his way into the first, but if you're already a first round projection, I would have my guy there and I would have him in meetings and networking as much as possible. But I wouldn't have him suited up.
I wonder what Toa's NFL future is, though.
Well, that's my point.
I mean,
Brian.
I can't.
It's questionable.
I mean, yeah, I assume by going to the Senior Bowl, I don't know if he's even been invited to the Combine, but I assume by going to the Senior Bowl, obviously, I mean, the Senior Bowl is going to invite some Alabama and Auburn guys that are borderline just because they are still trying to sell tickets. But by and large, it's guys the NFL wants to see, that the NFL has told them, I'd like to see this guy, I'd like to see this guy. I'm no NFL scout, far, far, far from it, and watch, a game in a novice fashion. It seemed to me Henry Toa wasn't particularly great in pass coverage.
Here's what I would say.
Did I get that wrong?
Which you have to be.
Oh, God, you got to be so good in that in the NFL.
He's a little undersized.
Yeah.
And, I mean, obviously a great football IQ, but he seems to be about a half step away from making some big plays.
Good college player, played hard for you. I thought he was a good representative of Alabama. He was a fantastic guest on our show. We loved having him, but I didn't really see an NFL linebacker out of him.
I don't see a standout NFL linebacker, but I do think he's an effort guy. He's a character guy, and I think he's one of these guys that really would contribute on special teams, and he could give you a little depth at linebacker. Now, does that equate to a first or second round guy? No.
No, but I agree with you. He'll be on an NFL roster. What kind of, will he have an outstanding Pro Bowl-like career ever? It's hard to imagine him rising up to that, but
you never know.
You never know in this NFL draft thing. Johnson RV Center is the known quality right there. 2 locations just off I-65. 2 wonderful locations. We'll be up there in February for a specialty show to hang out with our friends at Johnson RV Center.
Yeah, I mean, they're good people, man. Nick, Rodney, the entire family there. Kelsey, I mean, they are just great, great people. And right now, they got the Coachman Freedom Express line at the Coleman store, I-65, exit 304. Get an introductory offer on this. The Freedom Express 192 RBS, beautiful new interior, tons of storage space, big fridge, $249 a month with approved credit. That's a heck of a deal. $249 a month with approved credit. Lifetime warranties from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under 2 years old. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman is where you find all those. See everything else they've got at 334 in Decatur as well, and always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
If I asked you how many coordinators in college football are $2 million or higher right now?
How many Power 5 jobs do we have again?
60, what is that, 68? Is that right?
Then I will say 15. No, I'll go 12.
During the season, as it wrapped up last year, there were believed to only be 2 coordinators in the Power 5 that were making $2 million a year. It was Todd Monken at Georgia and Jim Knowles, D.C. at Ohio State, who all had great years or changed jobs. That changed, though, on December 27th when Washington gave their offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb a raise to $2 million per year. It was his second raise in 2 months, Brown.
Yeah.
Why? Because the first time, teams like Texas A&M and such were interested in him, and he got a raise up to $1.45 million. And then as the season ended, more people seemed to be interested in Ryan Grubb to become their OC, so they gave him yet another raise. He was making $1 million a year to start the season. He went to 1.5 there in November, and then in December he was up to $2 million. He's doubled his salary in the course of one football season before the calendar even flipped to 2023. He's now a name being mentioned for the job in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, this is a name that gets texted a lot to me over the last couple of days. What do you know about Ryan Grubb? Is he going to be the next offensive coordinator for Nick Saban? A couple of things you got to look at. Brown and I had this conversation on the way to dinner last night. I always, going back to Grubb's days, he's been with Kalen DeBoer for a while now.
Since Sioux City or Sioux Falls, wherever they were in 2007.
So there is familiarity. There's a great relationship between those two. I just always equate these offenses from Fresno State to Washington as Kalen DeBoer's offense. And really, Michael Penix Jr. was so good this year because of the tutelage of Kalen DeBoer. I just don't know enough about Ryan Grubb. I would say this, though. With the relationship he's got with Kalen DeBoer, he seems to be in a comfort zone, and he's making a lot of money. He's not going to make that much more to come to Tuscaloosa.
In fact, I'd be surprised if it's any more.
So here's the good with Tuscaloosa. It's higher profile, and you see where offensive coordinators have gone. They always get great jobs after they leave Nick Saban. Or for the most part, they've gotten great jobs. But it's going to be a different atmosphere and environment altogether.
It is. But he's a guy that if he stays where he is, eventually he'll probably get a shot to be a head coach. But not as fast as if you come to Alabama.
Right. And probably on the West Coast, too.
Yeah. You could have a one-and-done situation at Alabama if you're good enough, right?
Oh, absolutely, and get a really good job out of it.
Yeah. It's interesting that name pops up. I don't know a ton about him, and I'm sort of with LT here. I mean, Kellen DeBoer seems like the guy who calls the play. That's what – when those two got together at Fresno State, back together, they were together at Eastern Michigan, Sioux Falls, as I said. When they got together at Fresno State – Grubb was, I think, the offensive line coach, and DeBoer was the play caller, the offensive coordinator. So that's DeBoer's background. It'll be interesting to see if Grubb ends up being really in the mix in Tuscaloosa.
What is a good year-to-year improvement in scoring offense to you? Give me a really good one.
Well, as bad as that Washington offense was when Jimmy Lake was in charge of the program, I would say 14-plus points.
14 would be really good. I mean, you improved by 2 touchdowns a game.
Yeah,
that's right.
I mean, that's a heck of an improvement.
I think there were more than that.
18.
Yeah.
He went from 21.5 a game to 39.7 a game, which was 7th in the nation. They were only in scoring offense behind Tennessee, Ohio State, USC, Georgia, Alabama, Michigan. I see a lot of college football playoff teams in that group, and I see a lot of teams that were on the door knocking on the college football playoff. That was the place he was. But I think what people are really excited about with him, whether he is at Washington or if he comes to Alabama, is they had the number 1 pass offense of the nation. And you guys have touched on it. They did it with Michael Penix Jr., who had not had that type of year in his final year at Indiana. I mean, they took a guy that
But we saw it in 2020.
We did see it in 2020, but when Washington took him, I think our reaction was,
yeah.
You're kind of getting damaged goods right there. What you going to do with Michael Penix Jr.?
But in retrospect now, after watching him in 2022, it was a major upgrade at quarterback. You went from a defensive guy in Jimmy Lake to an offensive guy in Kalen DeBoer. 18 points is still impressive. I would just like to know how involved was Grubb in the development of Penix?
That's the question, yep.
And how involved was Grubb actually in the play calling?
I would imagine that's the questions, some of the stuff Nick Saban was talking to people about when talking about Grubb, or things he asked Grubb himself when he was in Tuscaloosa.
A lot of people trying
reports.
I mean, a lot of people trying to hire the guy. So that tells me what?
What's funny is the one guy who is sort of at the forefront of hiring him for both of the pay raises was Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M.
I know, but I mean, Jimbo was hiring. Jimbo finally giving up the play calling, hiring a guy. I mean, say what you want about Jimbo Fisher, but it's a critically important hire, I think, for Jimbo Fisher, and he was considering the guy.
Jimbo went twice after him,
Yeah.
2 different times, and finally went with Bobby Petrino.
That's right. So, I mean, at least Jimbo Fisher, like him, hate him, whatever you want to say about Jimbo Fisher, was looking at one of the more critical hires he ever made, and apparently was after this guy.
Yeah, Trip might have sold me in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room on why Ryan Grubb would leave. Seattle, the cost there, Tuscaloosa is a fraction of what you would pay in Seattle. And number 2, people are trying to escape Seattle right now.
They are, and I saw a story about this, and we never really consider this in the South, I don't think, and I remember it with UCLA, and I'm trying to remember who the coach was, but how far his coaching staff had to live from the football complex.
Yeah, it was early on with
it might have been Chip Kelly.
Chip Kelly when he first got the job.
Yeah, that campus is in Beverly Hills, basically, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, their coaches had to live a long way away from campus for what they could afford. And I remember seeing that with Seattle, too, because their campus is in a really expensive part of town there. And their coaches have to live a long way out, and then you have to fight traffic to get in, and it really hurts your family life. We don't think about that in the South because you live right there by, in the nicest neighborhood in whatever, Oxford, Mississippi, or Starkville, Mississippi, or Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
10-minute commute.
I got a 10-minute commute. I mean, you're right back home. We just don't think about those types of things. So if I tell you, hey, $2 million a year, we'll continue to pay you that. A, it's going to go a lot longer in Tuscaloosa. B, you're probably going to get a better job out of this. And C, you're 10 minutes from your house. That probably gets a lot of people's attention.
Yeah. MW, we'll just go Myers 14. I may be wrong about this. If DeBoer thought Grubb was easily replaceable, probably wouldn't have pushed to get him a pay raise twice.
Good point.
So he must be a pretty good contributor to what DeBoer does offensively there for the Purple Rain up in Seattle. Another name familiar with Washington Husky fans and our shows, Sam Heward, the nephew of Brock, who joins our show, 5-star quarterback, leaving Washington, picked his destination. He's going to play football on the FCS level at Cal Poly. As a 5-star recruit, should help Cal Poly a lot on the FCS, get a couple of years of playing time, and most people expect him at that point to be back either after 1 year or 2 years, moving back into the Power 5 mold for a program down the road for his 5-star talent, Sam Heward, on the move from the West Coast as well. When we come back, we move to Clay Travis. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. Montevallo, great place to go to school. If you're looking for that special place for your son or daughter, maybe you're going back to school as an adult, Montevallo fits everybody's needs. Montevallo.edu. Class sizes are small. That helps you academically. They do a lot of stuff online, too, if that fits your mold as an adult. They also have wonderful campus life. If your son or daughter, as a junior or senior, want to start checking that out, schedule an in-person tour. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports, too. It's a great place. It's the University of Montevallo. Montevallo.edu.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
The 2-for-1 transfer portal move is from Georgia to Mississippi State. Mississippi State 4-star tight end Rylan Godey leaves Georgia. Going to play at Mississippi State. He's bringing with him his fiancée, Alexa Fortin, who also plays volleyball in college. So the rare twofer deal in the portal. No players to be named later, going back from Mississippi State to Georgia. We'll talk to Clay Travis in our interview today, being brought to you in part by our friends at Slice Pizza.
Yeah, again, it's local pizza, local ingredients. The concept created my really good friend, the late Jeff Bajaya, his brothers Jason and Chris. They still run it. Just incredible food. In my opinion, the best pizza in all of Birmingham. Great specialty pizzas from the Hot Mama that Dunaway loves, the Bajaya Special, spicy Hawaiian. Just get a look at all the pizzas. Get by there. You can get a slice and a salad for lunch. Pick up some pizzas on the way home. They've got that family curbside special, only $75. You get the salad, the baked wings with it. It's all going on at Slice. 4 locations. The original Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Clay Travis is the founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter, Fox Sports as well. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. There were so many reactions to the officiating in the Kansas City and Cincinnati game. And you made the point, even though I guess the high-angle camera showed that the referee was blowing the play dead, the fact that eventually Kansas City, even though they did get a first down, had to punt on that possession, avoided what would have been one of the biggest controversies maybe in the history of the NFL.
Well, look, I lost $30,000 on the blown pass interference call at the end of the Saints-Rams game. For you guys that remember that game, I had the Saints on the money line. And if that call
bang bang call, Clay, bang bang call.
Yeah, bang bang. If that call had been made correctly, then the Saints would have, lined up, run the clock out, and kicked like a 20-yard field goal to end the game, and I would have had $30,000. Look, there are a lot of individual plays that can become iconic in terms of the anger that they create. What I would say in general is I don't remember. I mean, everybody remembers playing as a kid when, you have a really close call in kickball or touch football or whatever it is, backyard wiffle ball. You just say, okay, redo, right? Like that solves everything. And I guarantee you everybody listening to us right now has been engaged in those sports back in the day where you just, everybody agrees to redo it because it's such a close call. I don't ever remember seeing it in the NFL. And so that was a huge whiff that they dodged a monster bullet on because not only I can't believe they called the holding on the next play, honestly, because if the Chiefs had gone down, scored a touchdown, and that had been the determining factor in the game, there would be crazy reactions. I think a couple of things are in play here. One, the NFL is such a incredibly competitive sport that judgment calls make a huge difference when two teams are separated by, what was the line in this game? It swung from 2 points one way to 2 points the other way.
Yeah, it ended up going off KC at 1.5.
Yeah, so you're basically talking about a pick'em game, and we're going to see the same kind of Super Bowl. So the decision to throw a flag on illegal use of the hands or to call or not call a holding can end up having a monster impact on who wins. Two, and Lance just referenced it, it went off at 1.5. I think as the amount of money being wagered on these games continues to skyrocket, it's one thing to feel like, oh, the ref blew it and, one team got screwed and the wrong team went to the Super Bowl or whatever it is. But when there are calls that are literally swinging hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in fan wagers, I think there's going to be a much bigger microscope on officiating in general, just like there is for the players. And so I think this focus on officiating is going to continue to grow because much of it is, frankly, incredibly arbitrary in terms of what calls they make and when they make them. And when you've got such a fine line separating two teams, and certainly as you continue to have more and more cameras on the field and more angles, I've been arguing this for a long time. I think they should review judgment calls instantaneously and determine whether they should or should not be made. I really do. Because sometimes these judgment calls are just flat out wrong. And when you're reviewing everything else, to me, that seems like it would make a lot of sense given I don't think it's an exaggeration to say, there were billions of dollars wagered on the outcome of that game. And fans need to be, secure in the legitimacy of the outcomes.
Hey, with that said, I think if you've got a kid playing, you watch the game differently. If you've got money on a certain team, you watch the game differently. Look, the grounding was grounding. The Osai personal foul was a personal foul. But I had Cincinnati, and it looked like Kansas City was getting the benefits of a lot of calls. Do you agree you watched the game differently? Which side did you have, and did you think KC did get the benefit of a lot of calls?
Well, I had Chiefs and the under, so I
no.
was perfectly yeah.
Well officiated.
I don't think the refs could have done a better job. Look, I think that there are so many. Here's where I think we put officials in really difficult positions. There are so many calls that I legitimately think could be called on almost every play. And I'll give you one example. I mentioned it a second ago. I think you could call illegal use of the hands on defensive backs every single play in which there is a play run, right? And so when it's 3rd and 8 and you call and, you get the stop, incomplete pass, sack, whatever it is, and then you see, there's a flag down and it's illegal use of the hands. I'm not even talking about, holding or a pass interference call where there's at least a target in the direction of the guy who is the flag thrown. I think they could call illegal use of the hands every play on a linebacker, on a secondary member, of guys out on the field. And I think, even on the play you're referencing, I think it was a boneheaded play to hit Mahomes that far out of bounds. When you send a guy into the bench and you end up in the bench as well, and there was some poor guy who was standing, I don't know if you guys even remember this, but there was some poor guy standing over there who just got absolutely wrecked.
Oh, yeah, we talked about him yesterday.
Yeah, he got plowed.
Yeah, got absolutely wrecked. If you wreck someone at the bench on a sideline in an NFL game, you are way outside the bounds of, an acceptable hit or not. So, but I understand from Bengals fans, they're like, well, wait a minute. Before that play even happens, there's holding, behind the play, right? And I think, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, I think they would have still enforced the holding and then the personal foul, so the Chiefs would have ended up gaining 5 yards. which would have made it a 55-yard field goal, I guess, instead of a 60, or the Chiefs could have run another play because there was 8 seconds left. So anyway, my point is, if you slow down the film, you can look and say, okay, you could call holding, you could call legal use of the hand so often. I hate it when they make the call and it doesn't seem like it altered the outcome of the play, right? So, I mean, if you hold somebody and otherwise, there would have been a sack, okay, make that call. If you hold somebody and it's on the opposite side of the field from the direction of the play and it has no real impact, I don't think that call should be made, right? So, anyway, I think the closeness of the game and the amount of dollars being wagered is increasing the microscope. It was already substantial, but making it even more prevalent in the games. And by the way, I don't even think it's just football. Like, I watch college basketball. Some of the worst officiating on the planet occurs in a college basketball game on a day-to-day basis. The difference is, a lot of teams are in games where they win by 15 or 20 points. But anybody who can tell me the difference between the calls you get at home in college basketball and on the road, you have to be like 10 points better on the road to win.
I agree with that. Basketball is one of the more subjective officiating in all of sports.
I mean, look at LeBron. Look at LeBron getting hit going to the rim against the
Celtics.
Against the Celtics. I mean, that's a regular season NBA game, so it doesn't really matter that much. But imagine if that's Game 7. I just there's a lot of stuff that officials get wrong when two highly competitive and not very much separating them teams play.
Clay Travis is with us on the next round. Patrick Mahomes is now in some rare air, three Super Bowls in 4 years. I don't know if you saw this list of people he joined: Tom Brady, Troy Aikman, Jim Kelly, John Elway, Roger Staubach, Bob Greasy, and Fran Tarkenton. Only other people to go to 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. Do we put Pat Mahomes in that category yet with those NFL legends? Is he starting to cement his place forever as one of the best in the NFL?
Yeah, look, I think he is. I think he needs to win 2 because the number of quarterbacks who have won 2 Super Bowls is actually pretty small. And so if he wins this year against the Eagles, then I think the conversation really gets interesting because he's only 27 years old. I don't remember if I said this with you guys or not, but I think the question with Mahomes will be, and there's a good sign this year because they don't have Tyreek Hill, and yet they made the Super Bowl even so, will be to what extent can they continue to build playmaking talent around him. Travis Kelce, let's say he's got 2 or 3 more years. He's going to age out. They've already moved on from Tyreek Hill. To what extent can Mahomes do what Brady did, which was basically win at a high level no matter who the receivers were that were around him? And we'll see whether that is they're able to do that in Kansas City, and how it works for the salary cap. I mean, I think one thing that might benefit Mahomes is a lot of times these salaries look really high when they're initially done, but I think the NFL salary cap is going to be $225 million, and Mahomes is now counting like $45 million against that. That's a lot, but it's not going to be that bad when the salary cap hits $300 million, in several years to come. So I think the growth of football in general could end up benefiting Mahomes in terms of their ability to put talent around him, even though he's got almost a $500 million contract, if I'm not mistaken.
Salary cap is going up $17 million this year. There is no salary cap in NIL, and I don't know if you've seen this or discussed it, but last week at a coaches convention in Montgomery, Nick Saban was talking about NIL, and he said that there was a request made on behalf of a cornerback recruit for $800,000 and another player from his team that wants $500,000, and his girlfriend admitted into law school at Alabama. I mean, you got to give them credit. They're getting creative, but how out of whack is this getting?
Look, I mean, the reality is, and we said this was going to happen for a while, there are, let's say, 500 college athletes that have a lot of value. And that might be a little bit low. Maybe it's 1,000 or whatever. But the vast majority of them have almost no value. But for the ones that do, and if you're a 17-year-old quarterback, I mean, we saw what happened with Jaden Rashada. Certainly Tennessee feels like Nico Amalavea, if I got his last name right, is going. I mean, I think he's the number one recruit on 3. They went out and paid him. We haven't hit the, oh my God, somebody committed a massive amount of money to a total bust NIL yet, right? So I'm curious how that will work in terms of resetting the market, because you guys well know, I mean, half of 5 stars come in and perform at a high level in college football, for instance. The other half kind of end up bust. So what happens when one of these NIL collectives is in the hawk for, $7 or $8 million to a guy who's 3rd or 4th string and has no real ability level that is, pans out? I think that's where the market kind of gets reset. But until that happens, I don't blame guys for trying to get whatever they want. I love the law school angle.
You went to law school and you were a practicing attorney. If Greg Byrne walked next door to the Alabama School of Law, knocked on the dean's office door and said, hey, listen, we got this situation next door in the football complex and I need this girl in law school, what do you think the dean says?
Look, I mean, I don't know how many people at the University of Alabama law school class. I'm guessing around 200, because I don't think it's a massive law school.
It's a pretty good school of law, though, isn't it? Alabama law is pretty good, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, any major state there aren't that many law schools, right?
Yeah.
So University of, I think University of Alabama is a very solid law school. Every SEC law school affiliated with an SEC school would be really good, right? There just aren't that many law schools. It's not like it's college. And so I would think, look, I have no idea what the girlfriend's, academic record is, but presuming she has like a 3.0 or better and didn't totally bomb the LSAT, I would think that she probably has a pretty good chance of getting admitted. And I've never heard of that before, but that is amazing. I mean, I would think, look, if you had a brother or sister, I can see that being a very valid sort of addition that you would want. I mean, he's not asking for a law school scholarship, just an admission. So I would think you probably get a good chance of it. Again, you can't have a 2.0 and a 120, LSAT or whatever the heck it is. I mean, I would think Bama would be like, yeah, we can't do that. But if you got a 3.0 and you're in the ballpark, I would think they'd be open to it.
U.S. News and World Report has the Alabama Law School trending behind the football and basketball programs right now, ranked number 25 in the country.
Do you know who they're tied?
That's a big deal to get into a top 25 law school. So, again, I think you couldn't wave a magic wand and make it happen for somebody who wasn't within the, acceptable bounds of University of Alabama admissions. But if, she's got a somewhat competitive GPA and LSAT, I would think they'd be like, yeah, we'll do that.
You want to blow your mind? You know who they're tied with at 25, according to U.S. News and World Report? GW, George Washington.
Yeah, where's Vanderbilt in the
You went to Vandy Law, so you were undergrad GW and Vandy Law, right? Vandy is 17.
Yep.
17, Vandy, right. Highest in the SEC. That's the only place you'll find Vandy top in the SEC, that in baseball.
Yeah. You know what hurts Alabama? They had too much tort in their early part of their schedule.
Yes, very well played, Dunaway.
Dunaway with a law joke.
Unexpected legal humor today. On
All right,
that one would have paid off big in the there been a parlay in the topic list here.
Clay, thank you for the time, man. Have a great week.
All right, will do. I'll see y'all.
All right, Clay Travis with us from Outkick and Fox Sports on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, a lot more coming up, including LT's 4 downs today. A couple more notes right here before we move on. After LT tells us about Precision Sports, tomorrow could be a very big day for Auburn football, and for some, a national signing day for the 2023 class as well. I'll tell you what I mean right after this.
Hey, 2023 is a new year, and there are new ways to contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number 205-512-3885, the website precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked your shoulder putting up those Christmas decorations, injured your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard, maybe the knees hurt when you get up from the couch. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Auburn football in line to get a 4-star cornerback tomorrow. Anniston star Jaden Lewis is making his announcement tomorrow for the 2024 class. Arkansas, Florida State, Colorado in the mix with Auburn, but Auburn expecting to land the Anniston High School product, who said last night on social media that he's ready to make the commitment and start recruiting for his class. That's coming on what is the final day of the 2023 recruiting cycle, final signing day. 3 big recruits still out there. One of them Alabama's in the mix for, a tight end in Deuce Robinson. He's got it down to Alabama, USC, Texas, and Georgia. That commitment coming tomorrow from Deuce Robinson. Nicholas Harbor, who's an athlete, is going to choose between Maryland, South Carolina, USC, and several others. And then there's Jaden Rashada, who is still out there. TCU, Arizona State, Washington, Cal, and some others for the quarterback. Rashada's sort of a focal point right now.
Yeah, a bunch of places. You just read that list. A bunch of places don't sound like they could pay the kind of NIL he's looking for. Now, like TCU's got a very wealthy alumni base, I believe.
Yeah, I think they could do it.
That's like solid private school. Well, they probably could. I just don't know how invested their wealthy base is in the NIL game. Maybe they are. Maybe you got a Texas oil man that's like, hey, I really liked us being in the college football playoffs. Sonny, if you tell me this is the path back, I'll give the money.
Yeah,
I like us being.
If we need this quarterback,
I like going to the oilman's breakfast the other day and put it in the face of my Texas A&M and Texas friends that we were in the playoffs. Yeah. I'll pay that money.
HT Hammock says, LOL, Alabama on the outside looking in for Robinson. That's all about Georgia or USC. So we'll see if Georgia can land the next great tight end in Deuce Robinson tomorrow on National Signing Day, which is very different. This used to be the big signing day, the only signing day, which was a big day on our show. Now it's the people who decided not to sign back during the big one in December. And tomorrow will be just a few flakes of some quality players making their choices down the road, unless we're talking about 2024, which Auburn hopes is Jaden Lewis tomorrow for them, from Anniston down to the Auburn Tigers. When we come back, LT's got our 4 downs today, 207 days away from week 0 of college football. As I told you in the very first part of the show, today is the day we get the full Big 12 schedule for next year. That's at 1 o'clock Central when that's supposed to be released. TCU let a little leak out yesterday, but I can't wait to see what all UCF and Cincinnati and BYU and Houston gets and what they do to Texas and Oklahoma.
Yeah, do they give them the finger the way the Pac-12 did USC?
They will.
I think so, too.
We'll see a little bit later on today when that comes out at 1 o'clock Central Time from our friends at the Big 12. Back in a moment.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Vulcan Tires brings us our 4 downs every day. A lot of people still talking on social media before we get 4 downs, especially our Twitter feed, about Todd Grantham possibly being the DC over in Tuscaloosa. It continues to be. I say his last name wrong all the time. Tony Tsoukakas, maybe, who covers Alabama. One of the guys who brought up Ryan Grubb in conversation yesterday, covers Alabama football. Playing off of what Chris Lowe told us last week, mentioning Todd Grantham as a viable candidate for DC yesterday, which refueled what Chris Lowe cranked up on our show last week.
And there's a growing belief that Jeremy Pruitt is out. I mean, I think that's what is really cranking this up, is a lot of people right now are under the belief that the Jeremy Pruitt thing is a dead issue. We'll ask Clint Lamb coming up in roughly half an hour or so and see what if he can shed any light on it from On 3 and Bama Insider. But I think that's a widely held belief right now that this Jeremy Pruitt thing is not going to work out for Nick Saban.
Yeah, I mean, I thought just based on, hey, if they could get to the other side of this, 100% Pruitt was coming to Tuscaloosa in some capacity. But what I heard a couple of days ago, not going to happen. Who knows, though? You hear different things, different days. Excited to talk to Aaron Suttles later. Bama and Bourbon will be recording a new edition of that. So we'll be asking him a ton of stuff, not only on Bama's lack of performance this past week in Norman in basketball, but also on these coordinators.
Landmine believer, we should have just kept Pete over Grantham. At least Pete could recruit and was still young. That's landmine believer. That's some of the Grantham reaction there. One thing that could be in play here, which, eventually the clock hits 0 on this, but if you got Todd Grantham, who already is there, you could sort of slow play the naming of a DC and wait to see if that NCAA case comes to an end at Tennessee. And then you have more of a thing of what's going on there.
Yeah, and it's not the worst idea in the world, because a lot of people are reading into the fact that if Saban has moved on for Pruitt, it's indicative that Pruitt's going to get hammered in this deal.
Yeah.
But if that's not the case, then all of a sudden, once this Tennessee thing gets behind Pruitt, he becomes a very viable free agent if he doesn't have a ton of stain on him, if this is kind to him.
Well, you brought this up last week. It's hard to hire somebody in conference that's got a pending lawsuit against one of your members. And, that got brought up a couple of days ago when we were having a discussion about it. And I said this last week. I truly believe if you offered Pruitt a deal, he would drop that lawsuit. But somebody said that lawsuit's pretty heavy, and that Pruitt's got a really, really good case there. So, dollars,
it's life-changing money. It was the rest of his contract that they owed him the contract, which
I think so. It's whatever the buyout was. Yeah. So it would be hard just to say no to that. You got to really want to get back in coaching.
No, yeah, I would rather punch my ticket and take that golden parachute. But if you really want to get back in coaching, you're still going to make a lot of money.
Yeah, but $2 million in hand a year, or take a chance in trying to win that lawsuit. right?
But I mean, it depends on how you're wired. I
And
mean,
that- but
again,
that
I would
lawsuit-
take it.
yeah.
I think you probably would continue to coach.
But
Yeah,
that
I would want
lawsuit,
to clear my name and get back into coaching.
that lawsuit could drag out for a long time too, unless you settle. And I don't know if if Tennessee would probably feel like if he's wanting to coach at Alabama, I got a really good chance at lowering that settlement, right, to get this lawsuit off my plate.
And there are bylaws in the SEC. I saw a couple of people, including our friend Dennis Dodd, talking about this earlier this week, that if you hire someone who is still under NCAA investigation, that case isn't closed yet, the chancellor or president has to go meet with Sankey. Sankey doesn't have a veto right there where you can say you cannot hire him, but he gives you advice, and you basically have to go to the principal's office and explain what's going on.
And you take on his penalties on top of that.
That's right.
If he's got penalties, you absorb them as the new institution. That those penalties are now your penalties for him.
Very Old Testament there.
A little bit, yeah.
Your penalties are now his penalties.
That's right. Nobody is paid.
That's like Pyle in Full Metal Jacket, man. He wanted the jelly donut, but everybody else got punished.
Got to eat it. He still got to eat it.
He did get to eat it.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive brings us our 4 downs every day, 4 great locations.
Yeah, including that newest location in Pell City. Anything you need for you and your family, bumper to bumper, these guys can handle. If you're getting out on the road, make sure your car is properly serviced. Do it local. Do it with the guys at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. For more information, vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
Okay, kind of teased this earlier. Better for the 49ers at quarterback in 2023. A current player that's on the roster, Tom Brady or Derek Carr?
All right, so let me rank these. I think playing right now, Dunaway, you just watched Brady. He's playing better than Derek Carr.
By the way, Garoppolo's gone. He's going to be out of this equation because he's an unrestricted agent.
So it's basically Trey Lance or
Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy is who I'm picking there.
These 4, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, Tom Brady,
I would
Derek
go
Carr.
Brady, Carr, and a 49ers quarterback in that order. That'd be my order of this.
I don't get Aaron Rodgers in the mix because Aaron Rodgers would be my pick. Brady looked really old at times this year, and some of his decision-making, including the interception, which set the tone in the playoff game, where he threw an interception on the drive where Tampa Bay could have answered with a touchdown right at the beginning, threw an interception end zone, was just a boneheaded play by a guy who's been playing a long time. So I think even at, maybe slowing down even more than arm strength or any of that, his body is actually his brain, reaction time, seeing things a little differently. But that being said, Tom Brady behind a good offensive line that San Francisco has with those weapons is better than Derek Carr. I would take Tom Brady.
See, I would go Derek Carr.
Over Tom Brady?
I would right now in the career. Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
here's my problem. Carr had 16 interceptions this year, and that's the one thing with that defense. I know they're about to lose D'Amico Ryans, but that defense is going to still be really, really good. The one thing I can't have you doing is turning the ball over and put me in a bad
but a
spot.
lot of Carr's, some of these interceptions were deep throws, and that's not Shanahan's offense. I mean, Shanahan's offense, I think, is more suited for a guy like Derek Carr. I would go Carr, then I would go one of the two, either Lance or Purdy. And my last option would be, why pay Tom Brady this kind of money to come in here when I've got one of these guys on a rookie contract? And I just think Tom Brady is becoming a shell of what we saw 3 years
and
ago.
money changes all of this. I was just going from who's going to win the most games. But you're right. If you want to look at it from financials, Tom Brady is not a great deal.
And I think Derek Carr can be really good in that system.
He is a free agent, so he can
take less.
He can name his price,
He
right? He
can.
can take less to play 1 year for his franchise. I just think it's a bad look for Tom Brady. One team. If he went to San Francisco and won another Super Bowl,
That's different.
You still won another Super Bowl, but now you won it in 3 different uniforms. It does look weird.
Well, that's pretty impressive, though.
Isn't he the only guy to ever win it in 2 different uniforms as a quarterback?
Yeah.
I mean, I know other players do it, but I think he's the only quarterback ever to win 2 Super Bowls as a starter with 2 different teams.
Tripp said I wouldn't let Derek Carr mow my lawn. And Derek Carr is not that bad of a quarterback.
You got him number 1 right there on that.
I mean, he's good enough to where the Raiders shipped him off. They had no desire. I mean, some of you think that's coaching. Josh McDaniels just not good at what he does, but Josh McDaniel would be welcome back with a ticker tape parade in Foxborough.
And everybody will disagree with this because I know there's a lot of Eagles fans now because of Jalen Hurts. If Derek Carr started that game Sunday in Philadelphia, San Francisco wins the game.
I don't entirely disagree with that, no.
Second down.
No, landmine believer Peyton Manning. That's right. He did it 2 uniforms. Thank you.
Denver and Indianapolis.
How do we forget that easy?
So easy.
Okay, what happens first? Another team from Texas back to a college football playoff, or a team from Texas in the Super Bowl? You got D'Amico Ryans, Bryce
They are
Young.
a long way away.
A long way away, but Jacksonville was a long way away
Yeah, but
just a couple years ago.
look how far away Jacksonville still is. I mean, and they have probably closed this gap as quick as anybody we've seen, and they're still. I mean, they've still got a ways to go.
I mean, the Cowboys, right? They're always just one magical season away from getting there before. Who are we talking about? Texas A&M. We're about to go 12 teams, though, so I'd go a team from Texas.
I think I'd go a team for Texas because of the 12 team. Jim's right about that.
Yeah, if it was 4
if we're
teams,
saying at 4,
I don't know. It'd be really tough. I agree. Since we're going to 12, I think it makes it much easier. And I just don't trust the Cowboys. I mean, for whatever reason, there's always a flaw that they're not even close. They can't even get to that championship round.
Yeah, see, what we're going to have to start doing with our things like that is change it to the Final Four of college football.
Something like that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're going to have to start changing our questions a little bit to just making the playoffs. We got to go Final Four now. That puts it back on an even par, I think.
Third down.
If you said Final Four, I think I would go Cowboys in that situation.
I still think I might.
I mean, the Cowboys weren't that far off from the NFC Championship.
I mean, TC was a fluke.
Yeah.
Texas and Texas A&M seem light years away.
Yeah. Baylor.
Nolan Ryan, 76 years old today. Better career, Nolan Ryan or John Elway?
Well, that's tough, LT. John Elway won 2 Super Bowls. I don't know if Nolan Ryan won one with the Mets, 69
right?
Mets, right?
Yeah, but I think that was the only one.
It.
Yeah, part of the 69 Mets. And then, I mean, he was a big part of that team, part of the starting rotation.
Did he win?
Seems like a lot.
Nolan won.
I don't know if he did.
Well, I mean,
I don't think he ever
7 no-hitters?
Yeah, but I don't know if he won a Cy Young.
I don't think he did.
And, Elway did win MVPs.
Yeah.
I've got him 8-time All-Star, World Series with the Mets, led the NL and the ERA twice, 11 times the strikeout leader, of course.
Yeah.
Number retired for 3 different organizations. That's pretty hard to do.
How did he not win a Cy Young?
I know.
Astros, Angels, Rangers?
Bingo.
So not the Mets.
No, his number is not retired with the Mets.
I tried. Everybody just swore up and down about how good this documentary was on Nolan Ryan.
I heard it was good too. Did you like?
I tried to watch it. I watched like the first 30 minutes. There's so many like cheesy elements the director put in it that I just couldn't do it.
He holds 51 Major League Baseball records too, by the way.
Yeah, I think I'd go Nolan Ryan. That's close though.
I'll tell you what's tainting John Elway a little bit is post career.
Yeah, he was not a good general manager.
Yeah,
but you can't factor that in.
But Nolan was he not the president of the Astros for a while when they were doing pretty good?
Yeah. I think I would go Nolan Ryan. If you just factor in the playing career, I still think I'd go Nolan Ryan there. Yeah.
Who was that 69 rotation? Was it
Seaver?
Tom Seaver, Nolan Ryan? Was Jerry Kuzman?
Oof, I don't know.
On that rotation?
I can only go too deep.
Yeah.
Fourth down.
Justin Timberlake, 42. Okay, take all of your, let's just say you don't have kids, you don't have significant others. If you could be either Justin Timberlake or Joe Burrow moving forward, whose career would you take?
If I don't have a wife,
yeah,
and Justin Timberlake doesn't have Jessica Biel, well, I guess it wouldn't matter. I'd take a little Jessica Biel, but I would go
just a little, just a slice,
like she's lunch,
like a calf.
I would go JT. I'd love to be able to sing. I'd love to be able to dance better than I dance. I mean, I know all humans can dance, but I'm not good at it. I cannot sing.
I think he lives a good life. Here's what I would say, though.
Yeah.
Burrow can go to any European country, really anywhere in America, and a lot of people aren't going to recognize him.
That's
Everybody's going to recognize
JT. Far more recognizable.
And Burrow is 17 years younger.
Yeah,
I would definitely take Burrow.
I would take JT, because I don't have to go out and get hit. I don't get hurt. I don't have my fingers aren't going to be like this when I get older from hitting those helmets, from throwing the ball off of helmets for the rest of my life. My knees.
What the hell is JT doing? Like, is he producing?
I couldn't really tell you. I mean, he's not on tour. But
what does he do now?
What do you think is I wonder, seriously, like, what is the bigger emotional high? Being on the stage Joe Burrow was on Saturday or Sunday night, or being on the biggest stage that JT is on? I just wonder how those two compare.
But
like, we'll never experience either one of them.
Can you imagine being a packed arena, 22,000 people singing along with you? That's got to be great.
Yeah, but what about a packed arena of 70,000 people either booing you or cheering your every move? I mean, that's got to be incredible.
And Timberlake's is pretty consistent. I mean, it's got to be an awesome feeling being able to control a crowd like that. Rocky comes the closest to it. We'll, as you said, Brown, we'll never be able to.
Fraction.
But with that said, it's different for Joe Burrow. Like, atmosphere to atmosphere and stage to stage.
Can you imagine what that felt like Sunday night?
No, I mean, it had to be great.
When Andy Reid punted the ball back and Joe Burrow comes out on the field, it's 20-20. I've got the ball in hand with a chance to drive my team to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Do you know what that must have felt like?
Can you imagine getting off of my private jet, going in and singing for a stadium full of people, and then getting on my private jet and flying back to my yacht in a warm location and not having to sit there and prepare for a Super Bowl?
I can't think.
I'd go JT.
I got to say the adrenaline high is better for Burrow.
I think the JT situation will be a lot of fun. But again, if I'm Burrow, I can go to an Irish pub and
That's
nobody's
right.
going to know who I am.
Yeah.
I think there is something to
There's going to be more money for JT. So if you just want to go purely money, it's going to be Timberlake. I think I would get a better drive off doing what Burrow does than what JT does.
Yeah, I don't think Burrow's going to want for an eye. You know,
no, he'll be fine. Even though he plays for the Bengals.
That's Four Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations, including that newest location in Pell City. Had sister-in-law's car in there just a couple of weeks ago getting new tires. Daughter's car was in there about a month ago getting service bumper to bumper. If you're getting out on the road, make sure you take it to our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, locally owned and operated. Great guys. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And from Tom in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room earlier, a few pages back as we flip through it, the Fab Five this year, all turning the age of 50. In the moment he says,
Incredible.
if you want to all feel old today, the Fab Five, the great Michigan recruiting class back in the day, all turning 50 this year, this calendar year of 2023. Where were you when the Fab Five debuted their baggy shorts rock star that'll never catch on?
6th grade, it was Chris Webber, Jimmy King,
Jalen Rose,
Juwan Howard, and
the other guy.
Jackson was
Ray Jackson.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's the one that nobody can get.
Yep. I was in high school, Sachs High School, and I remember this is not going to come as a surprise. Most of my people, I think, liked Duke more than they did Michigan. I don't know. It was kind of split. I don't know if anybody liked either one of them.
Freshman in college, so I came up with the Fab Five.
Yeah. I was middle-aged, and I'm kidding. Close, though.
I covered them.
Yeah. Yeah. I was booing them. Those kids and their baggy shorts, it'll never stick around.
Overall, an underachieving group. I mean, it was like the height of basketball recruiting to get all 5 of those together, but you would have to say it's a bit underachieving for what you expected out of them.
I would agree. I mean, you got 2 Final Fours.
You did.
And you played for a national championship, but you never got a championship.
Yeah, one of the most infamous plays in college basketball history that potentially cost them a national championship.
Troy says, can't stand the Fab Five, hate Michigan to this day because of them. I appreciate your thoughts over there. All that as we roll on. A lot more football coming up, but so too Clint Lamb at the top of the hour. I tried to get Clint on when you were off, and we couldn't. We got our signals crossed up. So I'm glad you got Clint on because I've been wanting to talk to him, and he'll have some insight on Alabama's search for the coordinators. We'll do that coming up at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Ghost. Here's the beautiful Ghost logo, that energy drink. Look for that Ghost logo right there. Also, they help you with some training vitamins and powders and protein powders. So they've taken that great clean living of Ghost and they put it into an energy drink. 0 sugar wherever you buy your energy drinks. Look for that Ghost logo. A lot of great flavors. It is Ghost here from the Birmingham Racecourse and Casino Studio. This is the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Man, we're so fired up for the World of Wills happening this weekend down at the BJCC. You get a chance to go out and get tickets, enjoy that great family fun. It's been coming around, Brown, what seems like 52 years or so to me.
Jim, it's the 52nd annual O'Reilly World of Wills.
How about
So
that?
what a great memory you have.
Slightly older than the Fab Five.
That is right. You're right. February 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So it is coming up this week. Thursday on the show, Jimmy Walker from Good Times, JJ Dynamite, on the show with us. You could see him Sunday where he'll be doing autographs, taking photos.
So he's on the show Thursday?
He's on the show Thursday.
Oh, that should be good times.
Yeah, it will be good times. It'll be Dynamite, dare I say. Thompson Square is going to be performing and meeting fans at this year's show. Friday night, 6 o'clock, they do a 30-minute show followed by an autograph session with the band. Rockstar never misses Iron Resurrection. Joe and Amanda Martin from that show are going to be there Saturday. You can get discounted adult tickets in advance at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts, or get more info at worldofwills.net.
2 Syracuse things, 2, not 3. 2 Syracuse things right here.
The Q's?
And one of them involves NIL. We'll get to that in a second. But LT, set up what you heard. You brought this to the table today. What used to be the Carrier Dome at the JMA Dome last night. Syracuse, they get beat by Virginia. Virginia's now won 7 straight, 67-62. So old man Jim Boeheim not happy in postgame. What happened in the postgame?
Okay, so one of the local reporters asked him about a player that was not playing last night, and I forgot exactly. I think it might have been...
It was Benny somebody, I think.
Yeah, Benny Williams.
Benny
Williams was the player. And he's asked why Benny didn't play.
Why didn't Benny play?
And I think is it
a legitimate question, Lance?
Yeah, I mean, Benny Williams is a guy that averages over 20 minutes. He's one of the main rotation
Plays
guys.
half the game for him, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
So it's a legitimate question, and this is what you get from a guy like Boeheim, and this is how we're going to remember Jim Boeheim.
Coach, what's the stats on Benny Williams?
Is that your question? That's the most important question you have?
He was not on the court today.
Is that your most important question here?
I'm just curious, he wasn't on the court.
I will answer it.
All right.
Your attitude isn't really good either. Benny took a personal day. He will be back at practice on Wednesday. That's it? We have that question? That's all we have? That's typical in Syracuse. It is. It is.
Boeheim lecturing people on attitude is high comedy.
What a
That is
dick.
a bitter-ass old man.
Yep.
I have never liked him. He cheated. He got suspended. He's a cheater, bitter old man. And
I don't know
an
how-
underachieving basketball coach, by the way, for all those wins to only have one championship, and Carmelo Anthony logged your bitter old man self over that national championship line. Jim Boeheim, be done already, retire, get out of here. Just a bitter old man. Try enjoying life for a change. Try looking like you enjoy yourself every now and then. Just stop and smile. Don't be bitter all the time.
And you know, back before we were doing a show, I remember we were doing a show from the original Club LT in the basement, and we had Julie Boeheim on. Such a sweetheart, too. And you just wonder how somebody, well, I guess it's bank account.
Yeah.
To say how somebody like that could land
Well, it
somebody
can't
like
because
that.
you enjoy his company.
You
His
can't.
company seems to be miserable.
I mean, Bobby Knight in his prime or Jim Boeheim riding across the country with either one of those guys.
Awful. I would not want to spend any time with Bobby Knight or Jim Boeheim, just bitter old bully people. And if I ever start acting like that as an old man, I've already told my wife she's got every right to put a bullet in me. Just kill me.
But how many coaches?
No, put a bullet in me. I don't want to live life like that. Put a bullet in me.
Dunaway, how many coaches just would have answered the question? I mean, one of your main guys is not in the lineup.
Yeah, good question.
Most would, but he comes from the Bobby Knight era when the coaches used to do that after losses. They slammed phones and did
he
things
loses
like
a
that.
lot. So
He does.
No.
Underachieving coach, Jim Boeheim. Underachieving, do you agree, Dunaway?
I do agree. I do agree. Adam Weitzman is a big booster at Syracuse. So this gets me to a much bigger story here. And something I don't think a lot of us as college fans realize changed on January the 1st when it comes to the NCAA. But Adam Weitzman is a billionaire Syracuse guy. He had Jalen Hurts at the game last night. He had paid Jalen Hurts undisclosed amount of money, predetermined, set up that he would, on his private jet, fly Jalen to sit with him at the Syracuse basketball game. It was a Jalen Hurts personal appearance last night. Adam Weitzman has done this in the past with Tom Brady, Jimmy Fallon, the Greek Freak, Cole Hauser of Yellowstone has sat with him courtside at these games. This is where Jalen Hurts was last night with another Eagle. I forget the other guy. But he flew 2 Eagles to the game to sit courtside. The big takeaway from this is he sometimes sits these guys next to potential Syracuse basketball recruits who are now there. Elijah Moore just sat with this billionaire, Adam Weitzman, this past weekend, and Elijah Moore just committed to Syracuse after being offered by Weitzman a 6-figure NIL deal with some incentives that could rise to 7 figures while he plays at Syracuse. And he says he's already got a 7-figure offer out to Boogie Fland, F-A-L-A-N-D, Boogie Fland. He's got a 7-figure offer out to him in an NIL deal. And this is him and Boeheim shaking hands last night.
Boeheim doesn't look impressed.
So this guy's buying the next recruiting class for Syracuse, and he says it's all legal because the deal I'm making with these guys does not say specific colleges. They can go to any college they want. They signed this deal. We haven't talked about what college to go to.
Well,
they can go to any college they want. But before you comment, let me get to the big point from the NCAA. On January 1, did anyone else realize the NCAA changed the way they are policing infractions in college sports? On January 1, it went from what used to be the legal standard where you're innocent until we prove we got the smoking gun and proved you guilty. Now, starting January 1, now when the NCAA says you did something wrong, it's on you to prove that you're innocent to me.
Very American.
It really is. That's where we are.
What it does, it lessens how many investigators they got to have, how long these cases have got to draw out. It makes the school say, in this case, it's on Syracuse.com, all this information. They can go in and say, well, Syracuse has an NIL violation. They're paying recruits to come to Syracuse. Now Syracuse will have to prove their innocence, not the fact that they're guilty. It's a fascinating thing going on with Adam Weitzman, and could be the first "you got to prove you're innocent" case in the NIL.
I mean, this is such a weird story. I had no idea this guy was doing this. I don't really follow Syracuse basketball in the day-to-day. I can't imagine what he's having to pay. I mean,
that's the thing. I was going to say, like right now, if that dude offered me,
I was about to ask you this question.
Private seat in his jet last night to fly to Syracuse.
Who were they playing last night?
Virginia. Very good team.
Yeah, but boy, boring style of basketball.
You would have had to pay me, and I'm being serious.
No, I was going to ask the number. So he flies to Birmingham. You got to drive to the airport. He picks you up, puts you in his plane. You sit courtside, watch Virginia, Syracuse, fly back home tonight.
This is them last night. Jalen Hurts sitting next to him.
I am doing
it. He'd have to pay you what?
He'd have to pay me $5,000.
$5,000? That's it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be six figures for somebody like Jalen
that's what
Hurts.
I'm saying.
Yeah, that's why. I was thinking 5,000 myself.
But 5,000's a lot of money to me.
Yeah.
For those guys, I mean,
that's
for
what I'm saying. How much Jalen Hurts? $1 million?
The day after playing in the NFC Championship game. I'm sure this was predetermined. It was going to happen,
doubt, yeah.
whether I was entered or not.
$500,000?
Yeah, I think $500,000.
So $500,000.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, to get Jimmy Fallon and Tom Brady there.
That's
how much
more
it
than
was.
That's
Those
$1 million. Yeah. You got two commas in that one.
And why would you just not use that money just to give it to the recruit?
It really doesn't make any sense.
Greek
I mean,
Freak. Wonder how much it costs to get the Greek Freak there.
Did you the same $1 million?
Did you say where this old cat made his money?
I don't know all of it, Brown. I know at some point it was with recycling waste and that kind of stuff.
Are you kidding me? He's made this kind of money recycling waste.
He's in waste management.
Yeah.
We've seen that before.
All
right?
of a sudden, man, this guy's really smart. I like this guy. Yes, what a nice fella he is.
I mean, this shows you how much money this guy's got, because we say, why would he not use it for recruits? He's got so much money, he can still pay the recruit and pay these people.
Basically, he's paying friends to go to basketball games.
I mean, really, and
much.
random ones, too. Jalen Hurts, he's got zero connection to Syracuse.
And how awkward do you think that conversation is?
Hey, Jalen.
I don't know. At least Jalen was able to talk about the game yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
And the Super Bowl coming up, and maybe some Nick Saban and Lincoln Riley stories, whether he considers being an Alabama and Oklahoma guy.
I mean, how many shits do you think that Jimmy Fallon, Jalen Hurts, Tom Brady, or Giannis gave about seeing a Syracuse basketball game?
Yep.
They're probably on their phone the whole time.
That's right. And at Syracuse, not even like at the Garden. If Syracuse is playing at Madison Square Garden, at least I can go down the street if I'm Jimmy Fallon and go to the game.
Yeah, like, well, if one of these billionaires wanted to fly me to Austin for a game, I would drop it probably to $1,000 because you'd have something to do.
Yeah. We have breaking news on the Alabama OC front,
Which
Brownie.
will be interesting right before we talk to Clint Lamb here, who covers Alabama. Adam Rittenberg, the first to report, according to his sources, Washington offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb will remain at Washington after meeting with Nick Saban about Alabama's offensive coordinator job yesterday. He was a top target, as Adam points out, for Alabama. I am guessing Ryan is going to get another pay raise out of this, and I just wonder how many times he can go to that well in Seattle.
I bet he does not get another pay raise.
So?
I think the last one, the $2 million one, making him one of three that I know of coordinators making $2 million. I think it was one of those situations you come and you listen and you stay with your buddy there in that situation.
Yeah. I think he walked in, and when he walked out, he was like, holy hell, it is nothing but football here. I'm not going to have a life. He told me I'll get 1 hour a week to myself. It's like Hannibal Lecter. You can walk in the yard for 1 hour a week.
Yeah, no new money involved, according to Christian Capel. That's what he's being told. After interviewing at Alabama yesterday for their OC job and receiving an offer, Ryan Grubb has decided to stay at Washington, according to a source with direct knowledge of the situation. That'll either be DeBoer or Grubb. No new money involved, I'm told. That from Christian Capel, who spends his time covering the Pac-12 and the University of Washington. Okay, we'll talk to Clint Lamb about what could be next there at Tuscaloosa on the coordinator front. That's coming up. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. If you've got a plumbing problem, if you've got cooling problem, a heating problem, there's no problem when you call our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, and for the month of January, which is today only, you got to jump on this. Get 10% off any plumbing or HVAC service call from our friends at Hemp Hill. Call them today. Tell them the next round sent you. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill. They want to make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. Team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels Custom Auto Show, February 3rd through 5th at the BJCC, with hot rods, customs, motorcycles, and more. Featuring country music artist Thompson Square on Friday night. Saturday, meet Iron Resurrection's Joe and Amanda Martin, and Sunday, meet Jimmy Dynamite Walker from Good Times. Plus, feature cars like Kit from Knight Rider, and kids can enjoy Hot Wheels racing, costume characters, and more. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Details at worldofwheels.net.
Let me ask a very simple question. If you were washing your car, would you use the same sponge on the body of the car that you use on the undercarriage? The clear answer is no. So why are you using the same razor on your face that you're using on the undercarriage? Stop doing that today. Go get the lawnmower at Manscaped and make sure you got the perfect razor for that really important part of your body. Manscaped.com. Right now, use the code TNR, 20% off your order. Use code TNR at manscaped.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Second half of the show now. Hour number 3 starts with Clint Lamb in just a second. The show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling, his crew, reminding you that if you're looking for a great southern fried chicken place, the only place to go is Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Wonderful, wonderful fried chicken, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boy sandwiches, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamale with just enough kick in it. It makes it fantastic. You can see everything online at champyschicken.com, but it's a destination drive. Swing by there and see Sterling and the crew today for lunch or dinner. champyschicken.com. Alabama in action tonight, 7:30. SEC Network or on the Crimson Tide Sports Network with our buddy Chris Stewart and Brian Pasick. Vandy in Alabama tonight as the Tide remains number 4 in the country, trying to get back in winning ways. A&M in Arkansas tonight, Kansas State in Kansas. Last night, a big win for Texas Tech. They were down 23, 13 minutes to go. They rallied to beat number 13 Iowa State. And Texas got a big win over Baylor last night, 76-71. And then the big news moments ago, Ryan Grubb deciding to stay at Washington as the offensive coordinator. What I told you earlier in the show, he was already making $2 million after being flirted with by Texas A&M earlier this year.
All right, let's talk more about that with Clint Lamb. He covers Alabama for Bama Insider, part of On3 Sports, on Twitter at Clint R. Lamb. Joseph in the Volca Tire and Automotive chat room says, shout out to Clint Lamb from Athens, Alabama. It's like you're a band. We're bringing you on as a musician, Clint. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, guys. How you guys doing today?
Doing awesome. Athens has a Buc-ee's now. I'm sure that was a proud moment as somebody that grew up in Athens, Alabama.
Hey, every time I drive by there, it's like the first thing that you see heading up, 65. So yeah, it's a pretty big deal for us up there in Athens.
Ryan Grubb's name appeared to be picking up steam, but as you have retweeted, Adam Rittenberg reports that Grubb is staying in Seattle. Did you get the feel that this is a guy that, I mean, obviously Nick Saban doesn't bring him to Tuscaloosa if he's not highly interested in him?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of interest. I think there was interest on both sides too. And it could be one of two things. It could be, Grubb choosing to stay at Washington. Obviously, he's been with DeBoer pretty much his entire coaching career, so that would make a lot of sense. Or it could be, Nick Saban. I'd heard that he was going to continue to interview candidates, and I don't think he was ready to quite offer the job to any one particular candidate yet. And so it could be, the fact that, Grubb didn't want to wait around to see if he was actually going to get offered the job. I know Washington wasn't really happy with his trip, east. And so I think he probably ended up just staying where he was comfortable. And that makes a lot of sense for him. He's doing fantastic things at Washington.
How confident are you that you could give us the next offensive coordinator in Tuscaloosa with 3 names?
As we check off tons of names on the list, Cliff Kingsbury, Dan Mullen, Garrett Riley, Kendall Brawls, Phil Longo, Dan Enos. I'm feeling fairly confident that we're starting to narrow this thing down. The problem is we had about 150 names to start. Defensive coordinator, I feel like it was only, 2, 3, or 4 guys, right? But offense, it's been very tough to kind of nail or peg down exactly what it is that not only Nick Saban's looking for in an offensive coordinator. We have some ideas, but, I started to think they were maybe trying to gear more towards that Todd Monken style of OC, and then they go out and they bring in Grubb, who is very different, vastly different than Todd Monken. So, yeah, it's very difficult to predict where this thing's going to end up. But I still think there are plenty of good candidates out there. Joe Brady is a potential candidate. Brian Johnson, the Eagles quarterback coach. Freddie Kitchens, of course. Greg Roman is one that's been bounced around quite a bit. Kevin Johns, the offensive coordinator at Duke. I've heard his name get brought up a couple of times. So it's narrowing down, but it hadn't been narrowed down to a point where I could give you 3 names right now. That's for sure.
Yeah, but you and I have shared a lot of press boxes together over the years, and you said something. I'm going to latch on to. You said you could give me 3 or 4 names for defensive coordinator and feel pretty good about it. So give me 3 or 4 names for defensive coordinator.
If you mention Todd Grantham, I'm going to go on and tell you're going to ruin the lunch for a lot of Alabama
That's right.
fans
Yeah,
out
did
there.
not trend well last time it was mentioned on this show.
The problem is would I rather be correct or would I rather, make Alabama fans happy? That's the dilemma that I'm currently in, because I do think Todd Grantham is a legitimate candidate. I don't think I would agree with it. I don't think it would be the best hire, but at the same time, with where I think Alabama wants to go, which is Jeremy Pruitt, I think everybody at this point knows that. It's a matter of can they make it work. I don't know exactly how you would kind of stretch the responsibilities and make this type of situation happen. But, part of me thinks, with Jeremy Pruitt, if he came in as an analyst, which I've heard conflicting reports on whether he would be willing to do that or not. But if he were willing to do that, if you hired a guy like Todd Grantham, could Grantham, be defensive coordinator and pretty much title only? And then from a game planning perspective and kind of running things in practice, it depends on that rule as far as allowing analysts and stuff on the field, coaching during the week. That's got to pass. But I kind of wondered, is that something that maybe they could make work and Todd Grantham kind of just be the face of it, but Pruitt working a lot more behind the scenes. I don't know if Grantham would be willing to do that or Pruitt would be willing to do that or if Nick Saban would want to. But I think that Pruitt's probably the number one guy that Alabama's trying to make it work. It's a matter of can they actually make it happen. Todd Grantham is certainly a name that I think as a result of the uncertainty with, Jeremy Pruitt, he could end up being an option. And then I would never say never with Glenn Schumann. He pretty much from the start, he made a lot of sense being, a graduate of Alabama and spending time on the coaching staff. And the fact that, in some ways, he was kind of not getting the recognition that he deserved when it was Dan Lanning and him both, kind of running the defense together, even though Lanning was obviously the play caller. I think that Glenn Schumann had a huge hand in their success a couple of years ago. Lanning's the one that ends up getting the head coaching job. And then Will Muschamp comes in and kind of shares that role, and a lot of people were giving him, some of the credit for what the defense was able to do this past year. And so you wondered if maybe he wanted to get away from that and kind of be the sole defensive coordinator. The problem is as we learned with Pete Golding, in Tuscaloosa, anything that goes right is because of Nick Saban, and anything that goes wrong is because of the defensive coordinator. So that's kind of the dilemma on that side of the football that you're dealing with. But Jeremy Pruitt's very familiar with that. He's very comfortable with it, and that's why I think he would be he would definitely be a home run hire, in my opinion. It's a matter of can they make it work.
Clint Lamb is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, at Clint R. Lamb on Twitter. Bama Insider on 3 Sports is where you read his work there. And I do want to go back, because when you were listing off that list of potential offensive coordinators outside of the old boy from Duke, I think you pretty much listed a bunch of NFL guys. Do you feel like, and look, I know Grubb appeared to be very high on the list, but it feels like Nick Saban is looking heavily to the NFL, perhaps for his offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I really think that's a very strong possibility. And it kind of makes you wonder, because the last couple of, NFL coaches that have come in maybe haven't done the job to the standard that a lot of fans want them to, whether you're talking about Doug Marrone as the offensive line coach or with Bill O'Brien being the offensive coordinator, even though I personally think that Bill O'Brien, there were I think the offensive line was very limiting during his first season as OC. And then this past year, it was just, when your star quarterback gets a shoulder injury, he misses almost 2 games, 7 quarters worth of football, and he comes back and now he no longer has the ability to stretch defenses vertically. That's going to also limit what you're able to call as well. And so I think that he was kind of handcuffed through some unfortunate circumstances in both seasons. And I'm not trying to make excuses for the guy. I think the longer you go and you can't quite get things figured out, you got to start saying, okay, maybe you are the problem. I think there are a lot of justifiable reasons why he wasn't as effective as a lot of fans wanted him to be. But I think that, Nick Saban likes going that NFL route, because I think there's a little bit more of a commitment to the run game when you go to the NFL ranks. I think with Todd Monken, he was kind of one of those guys that was willing to sling the football around and do all that stuff on the NFL level compared to all the other guys. But then he comes to Georgia, and he's willing to make that, adjustment. And it really is not as big of an adjustment, because in the NFL you have to be able to run the football, just in the way that they run offenses and things like that on that level. So I think there's some, comfortability there with where he wants to take Alabama's offense. And I think that there are several names. I think Frank Reich would have made a good option, but obviously he's with the Panthers. Jason Garrett, I don't think that would be – I've heard that name get bounced around a couple of times. I don't think that would be a great hire personally. But, Greg Roman and, obviously Freddie Kitchens has experience on the NFL level as a play caller. And I thought when he was with the Browns and he only had offensive coordinator responsibilities, I thought he was fantastic. I thought he was very innovative. I thought he had a good feel for, game management and stuff. But then when you put that responsibility of being a head coach on top of that, I think it just, sometimes when you're overwhelmed, even the things that you're comfortable with and you do well, you can't even do those things very effectively. And I think, Freddie Kitchens kind of found himself in that situation. So I also think he would be an excellent candidate as well.
From coaching to on-field, Alabama loses arguably the best quarterback in history in Bryce Young, at least in Alabama's history. If you talk to most Alabama fans, they believe it's going to be Ty Simpson at quarterback next year, although we've seen a lot more of Jalen Milroe. Ty Simpson only 5 attempts last year. Would you assume when we get to September, Ty Simpson is the guy?
I wouldn't make that leap quite yet. You also have to remember a lot of fans thought that it was going to be Bryce Young 2 years ago, and they thought it was going to be Paul Tyson 3 years ago, and it was going to be Paul Tyson over Bryce Young 2 years ago. Just sometimes you got to let these quarterback battles play out, and I think that Jalen Milroe's experience does help him, but it's not like it's significant experience. It's like 225 career snaps. It's only 1 career start. Granted, it was against an SEC opponent, so that's good. But, we didn't look great in that one start. And the fact that he turned the football over quite a bit, I think he had like 5 turnovers in his very limited snaps this year. In comparison, Bryce Young, being a starter for every other game this year, only had 5 turnovers as well. So, he's got to cut down on the amount of times that he turns the football over if he wants to legitimately be in the competition, because that's first and foremost. But I think bringing in a new offensive coordinator, everybody's going to be learning – maybe the terminology and stuff will be, similar or the same. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot changing on that front. But just having a new, relationship that needs to be established and stuff, I think everybody, whether that be the two true freshmen and Eli Holstein and Dylan Lonergan, or your two veteran, I wouldn't say veterans, they're all really pretty much inexperienced, but the guys who have been around at least a year or two in Milroe and Simpson, all these guys are going to be having to learn new things and building those relationships and stuff like that. So I think it's a lot more of an even playing field than it would be if Bill O'Brien was returning. But I think Simpson, when you talk about ceilings and stuff, he probably has the highest ceiling of any of the quarterbacks that are going to be available in this quarterback battle come the spring. And we'll just have to see if he's able to take that next step. And if he can, I certainly think I would consider him probably the favorite, even though that, Jalen Milroe's got a lot more experience than him.
Any truth to the rumor that you have Alabama as one of your last four in your bracket? Is that true in basketball?
After that unfortunate, 24-point loss to Oklahoma, I got them as my first four out.
In all seriousness, though, they're back at it tonight in SEC play. You've covered Alabama and then watched them from Athens, Alabama, before you got into this business. How impressed are you with this team so far, and what do you think their ceiling is? Is that can you utter the phrase Final Four with this team?
I think it's a lot tougher to do after what we saw in this past game, really over the last two games, right? But I think that the team, the fact that they were able to overcome adversity against Mississippi State, I think in some ways that was good. But also, if you are kind of adopting this we're invincible type mentality, even if you're able to come back and you don't play well, the fact that you still found a way to win, it's like, we didn't play our best, but we're fine. The type of loss that you suffered against Oklahoma, that's one of those embarrassing losses that you really have no excuses for. And so I really will be curious to see how they respond tonight and over these next couple of games, because it can go a lot of different directions. That can be a confidence that can affect your confidence negatively, with young guys, or it could be something that kind of rallies the troops and refocuses the group. And now you're getting back to playing Alabama basketball. There's no doubt about it. When they're playing at their best, there are very few teams in the country that are going to be able to hang with them. It's all about how does Alabama handle Alabama, and how do they handle the adversity that is put in front of them. I think in some games they've handled it well, and I think in others they haven't necessarily as much as they need to or will need to if they want to be a Final Four team. But this was a learning opportunity for them, and I'll be curious to see how they respond.
All right, go follow Clint on Twitter at Clint R. Lamb. Read him at BamaInsider.com, part of On3 Sports there. Clint, we greatly appreciate the time, man. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, guys. I appreciate you guys having me on.
All right, buddy. Take care. Clint with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Dan Orlovsky coming up after we do the trash segment in the very next segment. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. If you're looking for that special gift for that special someone in your life, for almost 2 centuries now, Bromberg's has been the answer.
Yeah, we got Valentine's Day coming up in just 2 weeks. 2 weeks from tomorrow, right? 2 weeks from today, actually. Yes. So if you're looking to give that special gift to that special someone, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Since 1836, family owned and operated. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Oris jeweler. Introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. Mechanical watch is a thing of beauty designed according to principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. To view more on the Oris watches, go to brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Good looking watch right there from our friends at Bromberg's. Valentine's Day coming up. Looking forward to that. One of my I put them in my top 50 holidays, I think. Barely sneaks in.
I'm a little surprised, Jimmy Romantic.
Yeah, I do not like it. I don't like forced romance.
Forced romance?
Yeah.
Like romantic comedies?
No, I like romantic comedies.
Well, that's forced romance.
But not most of those are, I watch them by myself.
Yeah, but I'm saying they're forcing
I'm a
romance
master
on
at
you.
watching romantic comedies. Master's degree there. You had something you wanted to add here.
Well, I was just curious, those offensive coordinator names, how did those strike you? like Greg Roman. I'll just throw him out to you.
Well,
Greg Roman.
I personally have liked Greg Roman because of what he's been able to do with mobile quarterbacks, what he was able to do with Kaepernick with the 49ers, and what he was able to do with Lamar Jackson with the Ravens. So I think that translates well to college. I think his only college time was at Stanford briefly with Jim Harbaugh, and I can't remember who his quarterback was. If you told me it was Andrew Luck, that's even going to make me like that even more.
It was Andrew Luck early on.
Yeah,
so he was there 9-10.
So I like the Greg Roman name. I know that doesn't excite anybody. As a football fan, you're only going to be excited by Jeff Lebby because you know that he was with Lane Kiffin, or you're going to be excited by somebody that you've seen do it on the college level. But when it comes to X's and O's, and I don't want to step on any toes, but when it comes to X's and O's, the best in the business at doing this is in the National Football League. Those are the best at doing it. It's a different game in college. I understand that. So NFL people are better at X's and O's and schemes and being creative and getting advantages than they are in the college
But
game.
I still, whether or not Greg Roman would be a great hire and ultimately, viewed as one of the best coordinators in Alabama history, guys like Joe Brady are going to get more excitement from the fan base. Not that necessarily matters.
It doesn't, but Joe Brady to me,
Tom Herman would get more excitement.
Joe Brady to me failed with a guy who I think is a good coach in Matt Rule. He failed as an offensive coordinator with the Carolina Panthers. You know why? Because he didn't have the best quarterback, two of the best receivers, and one of the best running backs, and a great offensive and defensive line in Carolina.
I mean, the more you watch,
he had at LSU.
Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase play together, you're like,
and Justin
Jefferson was on that team too.
Who could be an MVP this year?
You're like, maybe it was more of the players,
right?
But here's an interesting though.
But you'll give me. I think people would be more excited about Joe Brady.
Yes.
Oh, they would because they
yes.
would all go, we're going to run the offense like Joe Burrow did back in the day.
This is one man's opinion right here. Jonathan Jones, CBSSports.com, has covered the NFL for a very long time. The hottest non-head coaching name in the NFL right now, according to him, is?
I assume it's going to be the Eagles quarterback.
Brian Johnson, the Eagles quarterback's coach. A guy who looked like he had, a little pop for the Auburn head coaching job, maybe. And Clint mentioned him. That's an interesting guy to watch. And he's got, here's the thing about some of these guys. He's got the collegiate background. He's done the recruiting.
Right.
He knows the recruiting.
And that matters to Nick
I
Saban.
agree completely.
Man, and he's young.
He is young. I mean, you're getting him on the up.
I mean, I would say that he's 35.
Brian Johnson played. He's 35. Yep.
Yeah, but see, if you want to be
pretty good at that, man?
Yeah, you're really good at that.
If you want to be a head coach in college, then that's the move you make.
That's
got to
right.
be the OC at a place like Alabama or Georgia or Ohio State, and then you can become a head coach. If you want to stay in the NFL, then you don't take this job. You stay in the NFL.
Now, he is getting mentioned, by the way, for the Dallas job because of his connection with Dak Prescott from his days at Mississippi State.
Well, then again, it comes down to, do you want to go to an unstable situation? It's definitely an advancement going from quarterback's coach to the Dallas OC. But at the same time, that whole staff could be blown up next year.
Oh, you could, but it's a gumbo in the NFL. So I get blown up here. We all settle somewhere else.
But it really depends. Do you want to be a head coach, like you said, in the NFL or at the college level? And even if you're offered the OC at Dallas, if you ultimately want to be a college head coach, Alabama's
and there's a really good chance I get it from the Alabama OC job. Everybody does.
And I think it was very obvious with Joe Brady what he wanted to do. He wanted to go instantly back to the NFL.
That's right.
He wants to be an NFL coach. At least that's where the choice he made recently. And Matt Rule's back in college. He's gone the Nick Saban route. He went, tried it.
No, thank you.
Didn't work out. Didn't like it. Back to the college ranks. He'll probably never try the NFL ever again. Well, we'll do trash when we come back. We've got Birmingham Squadron action tomorrow night. The Delaware Blue Coats come to town. The Blue Coats are coming. The Blue Coats are coming, Rockstar.
That's better than the Red Coats.
That's tomorrow night, 7 o'clock down at the BJCC. You can get your Squadron tickets. Ticketmaster.com, Ticketmaster.com, 205-719-0850. Delaware features Mac McClung.
Really?
Yeah, Mac McClung, by the way, if you don't know, and I didn't until I read this, is the first G League player who's going to participate in this year's NBA All-Star Slam Dunk Contest. So McClung is such a good dunker, he's taking that to the NBA All-Star game this year. They're putting a G League guy into that, and it's McClung. You get to see him tomorrow night, 7 o'clock at the BJCC. It's also Mardi Gras night at Legacy Arena, where the first 1,000 fans will be part of the Mardi Gras bead giveaway. Keep your shirt down, Rockstar. It's just a giveaway at the door.
Is McClung going to be there?
And McClung's going to be there.
Yeah.
The dunker.
And more importantly, it's the last Squadron home game for 3 weeks because they've got road games and an all-star break coming up. So get down to see the Squadron. Ticketmaster.com, or 205-719-0850 for tomorrow night's game. Squadron and the Blue Coats, 7 o'clock at the BJCC.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
That's an old reference, by the way. Steak sandwich and fries.
I haven't had a steak sandwich in a long time.
I don't think I've ever had one.
You never had a steak sandwich?
No, I don't think so.
It's good when done right. Here's the mistake people make with a steak sandwich is they just get a cheap, chewy piece of steak, put it between 2 pieces of bread, and then, I mean, it's a complete mess because you bite it and you can't.
Yeah,
you don't have the pull out.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were to take, I wouldn't want to mess that up.
Well,
I was going to say, if you put a piece of that Wagyu on some really good bread.
Yeah, I hate to do that, though. But the good way to do it is to slice the steak. Now you got something. Now I've got steak slices. And when I bite it, I have to fight to chew through the steak.
That carpaccio last night
was really good. Yeah,
really good.
Yeah.
little salty, but that's part of it, right? It was good. Our friends at Wayne's, always good. Callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com. 2023 is the 50-year anniversary of our friends at Wayne's, callwaynes.com. They're in business, and they're saying a big thank you to everybody who's been a loyal customer for years, and also to new customers as well. $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. The offer is good for existing customers as they add the services, and new customers as well. $50 off, and they're stackable. So if you get the pest and the termite, that's $100 off. Add the lawn, that's $150 off, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All you have to do is go to callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com. The offer, though, is through February 28th. You can go right there to callwaynes.com, but remember to use the promo code TNR, and year-round, regardless. Always when you're at Wayne's, callwaynes.com, just put TNR there and just see what special offer you get. TNR is the promo code, callwaynes.com for that great deal. All right, we've got basketball tonight in Tuscaloosa. Big game as well between Texas A&M and Arkansas. Auburn goes tomorrow night at home against Georgia. UAB's KJ Buffin's your Conference USA Player of the Week. Brownie spoke with Jelly earlier today. That's going to be out. Is it out already? It's out already. So you can go to our video platforms at some point, either during the show or after, and hear Brown's conversation with Jelly Walker about his future.
Yeah, I think you might see Jelly against FAU Thursday night. A little tease on that. Yeah,
big game coming up Thursday night with top 20 team.
Number
FAU.
19, I think now. Yeah,
FAU in town to play at Bartow on Thursday night. So Brown talks with Jelly. You get that on our video platform, and you always get trash right here.
I bought 6 Busch Light, 6 Bud Light, and I love them, tall boys. Well, come on, man. 2 drinks a week. What's that going to do for you? I mean, that doesn't even get you through a day. A reasonable amount. If you're at home, you'd be able to have like 4 beer. That's just 2 more. I mean, I'll have 6.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Did the new year add to your financial uncertainty? Let the experts at Mortgage Right help you get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, there is no middleman, and you can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Police have issued a warning urging members of the public to avoid approaching a man with half an ear.
Well, I mean, normally
it gets better.
Okay.
Dale Poppington, 41 years old, is wanted in connection with a serious offense and has been deliberately evading police. Now, Bradford police are appealing for information on Poppleton's whereabouts, describing him as a white male, medium build, and 6'1" tall.
Is he painting the local chapel? I'll need to know that first.
What's great is if you saw that the police came here, they're looking for me. What did he do? He did a serious offense.
Oh, I'll turn him right in, officer.
Yeah, but anyway, they have a picture of him.
Okay. So it should be pretty easy to identify a man with half an ear, Rockstar.
Remember Dave Coulier, Uncle Joey from Full House?
Yeah. So this looks like him with half an ear?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow, that is half an ear, too.
I mean,
that thing got bitten off?
I mean, or shot.
Well, I mean, don't you think? It looks like bite marks, right?
Right, could have been shot.
Oh, they had to just wake him up to do that mugshot, too.
Yes.
Now, they go on, police have noted that Dale is likely to stand out in a crowd since he's missing half of his right ear. That is a conversation piece. Extensive inquiries have been carried out to locate Dale Poppington, but he is evading police. Anyone who sees Poppleton is warned not to approach him, but instead call police immediately.
I hate to say this, but with his bad haircut and the unfortunate 5 o'clock shadow, he's starting to try to look very Nazi-esque there.
Oh.
Well, I'll tell you this. So
you're kind of right, Jim. Yeah.
Uncle Joey.
Dave Coulier.
Yeah. William Sadler, who we had on the show, who was in Shawshank.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's got some.
I gave him a rope.
Who was the guy that used to be on with Kimmel that was on the betting show with Clay?
Cousin Sal?
Little Cousin Sal in him, too.
Maybe. But you're right. He's got Hitler hair already.
Yep.
And it looks like he's trying to grow in the Hitler mustache.
I wasn't going to say the H word, but okay.
What?
He does exist.
It's a historical figure.
I'm just saying.
And I think it was abundantly clear who you were talking about.
Back in our AM days, Brown and I used to have we never brought up the H word.
No, I said you never compare people to Hitler.
Well, yes.
Yes.
You make headlines that day.
Yeah, you do.
By the way, Bobby Hall passing away at the age of 84. Go ahead.
This one out of Malaysia. A tweet posted on Sunday, January 22nd, featured 4 photos of a 7-Eleven employee using a floor mop to clean out a microwave oven.
Oh, my God.
Listen, undercarriage, man, you don't want to take that mop
right.
up into the microwave.
I mean, that is a perfect example of that, though, right?
That is disgusting.
Why
Now,
do you use the same razor, Lance?
The tweet has accumulated 2.2 million views and has been retweeted over 14,000 times. According to MSN, the employee working in the outlet has since been suspended. Not fired, just suspended. On Monday, 7-Eleven issued an official statement apologizing for the employee's actions. Also updated the actions taken in response to the incident via tweets posted on Tuesday. They went on to say, quote, "We at 7-Eleven Malaysia would like to offer our sincerest apologies for the actions of one of our employees who failed to comply with our strict sanitation protocols."
Strict.
I mean, you can phrase anything where it sounds like a vacation destination. Hey, so where are you guys vacationing this year? Oh, we're going to 7-Eleven Malaysia.
I will say, though,
it's like Hard Rock Las Vegas.
7-Eleven Malaysia keeps a pretty neat-ass store in there.
They do. I can confidently say I've never used a gas station microwave.
Ditto. Never.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a bunch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Not in my lifetime.
What if it turns out that using the floor mop to clean the microwave is what made your burritos so good back in the day?
Burritos, chili cheese dogs.
Chili cheese dogs.
Made right chili cheese dogs.
With mayo,
with
right?
2 packs of mayo.
Yeah.
Anyway, a brand new microwave has been replaced. It's replaced that one. So,
I bet it has.
well, that's what they say.
This thing's brand new. What you talking about?
Yeah, and believe me, I'm going to take 7-Eleven Malaysia at face value. So they replace that microwave.
Somebody sent me this story earlier because every now and then somebody will just bring random Fireball over. I'm not a Fireball guy.
Fireball.
But you'll see it in gas stations now, and you're like, you can't sell alcohol in gas stations, or you can't sell liquor in gas stations. You can sell beer and wine, but in Alabama, the ABC board controls that you can't sell this in gas stations. So my question is, how are they doing this? Well, here's how. Consumers are suing the Sazerac Company, the makers of Fireball whiskey, for fraud and misrepresentation, as the many bottles of alcohol don't actually contain whiskey.
Oh, no whiskey at all in a Fireball?
Not in the ones that they sell here. The ones you get in the ABC store, yes. Now, the smaller bottles named Fireball Cinnamon are made from a blend of malt beverage and wine, while the whiskey-based products are called Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey, according to the company website.
Oh.
Now, the 99-cent bottles are sold in 170,000 stores, including gas stations and grocery stores, prompting some customers to wonder what products they presume to contain liquor were doing there.
Can you taste the difference, you think?
I know.
If I did a gas station Fireball little bottle and a ABC store Fireball, you don't think you could tell the difference?
I don't think. There's so much cinnamon.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
They
They probably just hammer it with
now,
cinnamon.
Those bottles look bigger than the normal
They
Fireballs.
are bigger, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So the gas station
Either
ones
that
are
or
bigger.
those are really small hands.
No,
could
so
be.
so the gas station, you get the hand-sized bottle. You could get, a fifth, the bigger bottle in the ABC store, or you could get the miniatures.
I've heard, I've never had Fireball, but I've heard it's good if you've got congestion. It'll bust up your congestion pretty well.
I've never been a Fireball fan. I mean, it's a big trend that's still, I think it's on the end of it a little bit.
I was at one pool party last summer where they just took a big bucket of Fireballs and threw them deep in the pool, and you could dive down as many as you pulled up. You did shots.
Where the hell are you going?
Yeah, was it a toga party?
My God.
Was the sorority there too, or just your fraternity?
Were you the Grand Marshal?
It was a mixer.
Don't do a t-shirt.
Was Pastor Maggie there?
Yeah, she was. She was in the shallow end. But
In
one
the
guy.
shallow.
Did you dive in?
One guy. I have to hold my nose, so I only got one bottle.
Oh, you can't swim.
Yeah, I only got one bottle. Well, one guy came up with 3.
Wow. Big
Lucky guy.
Big winner of that day.
Upon closer inspection, customers realized the description of the product was malt beverage with natural whiskey and other flavors in caramel color, insinuating whiskey as an ingredient used in the drink when it actually uses whiskey flavor. According to the class action lawsuit, the lawsuit further states that given the lack of whiskey, 99 cents for a 1.7 fluid ounce bottle is overpriced.
Hey, just drink the stuff and go on with life. These stupid lawsuits.
I agree. Here are outlawed baby names from around the world. The first one, Nutella.
Well, I mean,
in 2015, a French couple apparently wanted to name their daughter Nutella because they thought it would emulate the sweetness and popularity of the chocolate spread. One French judge wasn't having it, insisted that the name could only lead to mockery and bad remarks. It also ruled that the child's name be shortened to the more conventional sounding Ella.
This is that's a tough spot for me right here because I am a believer in as much personal freedom as possible, right? I don't think the government should infringe on our personal freedoms unless absolutely necessary.
Yeah,
however, the child has no say-so in this either.
That's right. And there's not one kid that's going to want to grow up to be named Nutella.
I know. This is the old tough spot here.
I mean, can you imagine the nicknames with Nutella?
Yeah, but if the government can tell you not to name a child Nutella, they can tell you a lot of things. That's the problem. That's why I have to be against this.
Okay.
Lance. I'm sorry. I got to be on the parent side here.
Yeah, I kind of, I don't know. I think sometimes you got to step in here.
That's
Metallica
right.
in 2007, baby girl from Sweden was baptized under this heavy metal name, but tax officials deemed it inappropriate. Eventually, authorities came to their senses, let the little rock girl out of her unique name.
Yeah.
Gets worse from there.
But how old? How old when they let the little rock girl out of her name? Was she like 16 or 18 and she was able to sue on her own, or was it right at the beginning? That's the key.
Sex fruit.
Well, I mean, come on.
I mean, that's a good name.
The New Zealand government thankfully stepped in before some poor child had to spend the rest of their life with the name sex fruit. Fish and chips. These were twins in New Zealand.
Hell yes. Yeah. Who would you rather be?
I'm going to be chips.
I'd be chips.
I do not want to be fish.
Yeah, I don't want to be fish. Especially if you're a girl. God. New Zealand banned a couple from giving this set of names to their newborn twins, marking a rare occasion when two names were banned as a pairing. And finally, cyanide. A woman from Wales was one exception. She attempted to name her daughter after the poison, explaining that it was, I'm going to say it Dunaway, responsible for killing Hitler.
The H word.
Well, I mean, that's the rumor. The H word could have been alive in Brazil or Argentina for all we know.
Can she not just lie and say I pronounce it Sinead and that's just the way I spell it?
Okay, here are awkward high school reunion moments. Different people revealed these. First one. When I was like 6, I went to my dad's small town high school reunion. His ex-fiance, not my mom, was dressed in her prom dress and kept talking to me and saying she should have been my mommy, even though I knew that was was weird.
Wow. So go to your reunion.
Yeah.
Won't wear the old prom dress.
I should have been your mommy.
It still fits.
Yeah. I could have been your mom, or should have been.
I'm going to bring my 6-year-old to the reunion. Okay.
I would have loved to have seen this next one. Again, awkward high school reunion moments. Someone made a speech along the lines of, to all those that felt picked on or bullied, I have something to say. She then started to sing Let It Go from Frozen.
Oh, yeah, we'll never pick on you again. Yes. Last time we ever made fun of you, right there.
Here's another one. A guy and a gal that never dated in high school went out to the parking lot, hooked up. 9 months later, she had a kid.
Oh, jeez.
He denied it was his. Paternity test proved it actually was.
Good reunion.
Yeah.
And finally, 2 of our classmates passed away before our 10-year reunion. One of the girls organizing the event thought it would be a good idea to make cardboard cutouts of their faces as if they were truly still here with us. The worst part was once people got drunk, they started toting them around and taking pictures with them.
My gosh.
I loved you, Kenny.
Yeah, just making out with it. This does not go as planned.
Yeah, wow.
I should have been your husband. That is trash, brought to you by.
Hey, are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available and guide you through every step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help you purchase a home. Let Mortgage Right take care of everything from the pre-qualifying process through closing. Their mortgage experts will work with you to find the best rate and loan program available. As a veteran-owned, operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. We've made it our mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit the locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds, or you can apply mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200.
Smuff says cyanide is a poison tribute band. Is that true?
Oh, it's a good one, though, if it is.
Yeah, and everyone was saying they thought the kid would be okay if they named it after the band Fish and the boy named Chip. Fish and Chip.
Oh, Phish?
Yeah.
Chip.
Yeah.
I got to be plural, man. I'm Chips.
We'll bounce around the room with Dan Orlovsky when we come back right here on The Big Show.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
It is the 52nd O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills. The next round will be live at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex Friday 3 to 5. Get discounted adult tickets in advance at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. And see us there Friday at 3 at the World of Wills.
Looking at a 49.5 total for the Super Bowl and a -2 Eagles the favorite after Jalen Hurts spent last night at the Syracuse game. Eventually, they'll start, after getting their bodies right, starting game planning for the big Super Bowl in the desert. Let's talk a little NFL football.
We will do that right now with our guy Dan Orlovsky, ESPN. He joins us each week leading up to the Super Bowl. And thereafter, courtesy of mybookie.ag. Don't forget code next round for that deposit bonus at mybookie.ag. What is up, Dan? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Man, we're doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Let's start with Patrick Mahomes. The obvious story was the ankle and the high ankle sprain. He played through it, but 2 weeks now. I'm sure in your playing career, you've suffered an ankle injury. How important is 2 weeks of rest?
I mean, it's important, but the guy threw for 340 and 2 touchdowns with it. So, I think he's, again, another example of what makes him so different. But to have that rest is going to be huge just for him to have that next element of opportunity or next element of talent to be on display. He was a little bit hindered with that. In some moments, you saw him get stuck a little bit with his feet, but it was more because of the injury. So, it'll be a really big deal for him, but even more so for me, I'd say it's a bigger deal for a L'Jarius Sneed. It's a bigger deal for a Mecole Hardman. It's a bigger deal for Kadarius Toney because they're candidly going to need those guys to find a way to beat Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, and I thought that was one of the bigger storylines was what he was able to do in that second half, limited wide receiver-wise.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the question when we come around drafting quarterbacks and we come around paying quarterbacks. You know, I think there's two different moments when you want to evaluate a guy. When we have what we believe is a roster good enough to win with you, do we win? Like, do we consistently win? Are we a legitimate championship caliber team? And then when our roster is lessened, our defensive line is down 2 guys, or our left tackle is out, or our 2 wide receivers are out, or something like that, are you good enough to still carry us? And I think that's where we get into the tiers of drafting and paying quarterbacks. Patrick checks both of those tiers consistently. That's why he's the best player in the league. The most impressive part of the game for me was, with all that happening, they ran the ball for 34 yards. The longest carry in the game for them was 6 yards. He was down his number 1, number 2, and number 3 wide receiver and on a bum ankle. Cincinnati's defensive players did not lay a single finger on the football. Given all that, the ball was never carelessly thrown around or handled. That was the most impressive aspect of the performance.
Maybe the closest to possible interception that would have changed the game was his pass to Marquez Valdez-Scantling, which looked like an amazing throw. Man, you want a game of inches. That looked like it was that close to maybe being intercepted, but it's a touchdown. What did you think of that throw?
Yeah, I mean, it's the fact that Patrick gets that ball off is remarkable. It reminds me, he hit Justin Watson on one against the Chargers. It was either on Sunday night or Monday Night Football, to his left on a big post in a very similar moment where, you know, he's moving the pocket, he's got to avoid a rush, and all of a sudden his eyes find something downfield and he throws a perfect throw. And it was just great. Again, levels of quarterback play. I want to get the ball to Travis Kelce. They double team Travis Kelce. I'm then going to get through the other progression of the pass concept, and it's really a 1-2 thing. And I've got to move in the pocket, and the safety does something the safety should not do, react. And that's where a player like Patrick separates himself, is his reaction is so fast when everything else seems so slow to him. You know, that ball shouldn't even get thrown. We should be watching that tape going, man, he missed one. If he had an extra moment here, he had one. Somehow he puts a dart on MVS's chest for a touchdown.
Eagles a 1.5-point favorite right now. MyBookie.ag, code next round when you go to MyBookie.ag. Dan Orlovsky with us, courtesy of them, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Could I make this argument? So if you take in this Super Bowl, you take every unit, linebackers, defensive backs, running backs, wide receivers, could the best overall unit be the Philadelphia offensive line?
Oh, there's no question. That's not an argument. That's a factual statement.
I like that. I made a factual statement right there.
Yeah, first time, right?
Yeah, it's the first time today at least.
I mean, they got 2 Hall of Famers on their offensive line. Kelce and Lane are lock Hall of Famers. And I think the most interesting, so any good offensive line, I was in Houston for a couple years when Arian Foster was absolutely rolling the NFL. And the offensive line was great. It was Chris Myers and Eric Winston and I'm going to forget names, but guys that were really good players, right? I think the 2 things that stood out when it came to just that unit is they were incredibly physical and they were incredibly athletic. If you had to ask me 2 things that I would use to describe Philadelphia's offensive line, it's that. And the difference between their unit and I would say like the Chiefs of 2 years ago, or maybe last year, maybe even 2019 when they won it, they are an RPO-based offense that is not soft up front. A lot of RPO offenses in the NFL, they get soft because their guys never get to just fire off the football. Philadelphia's fires off the ball. That'll be the big challenge. There's going to be a couple of them. But can you physically match Philadelphia for 4 quarters?
So we had dinner with a couple of guys that were at the NFC Championship game in Philly on Sunday night, and they were talking about how wild it is. And I heard you on Get Up yesterday talking about how you took your son to one of the games. What exactly was the experience with your son when you went to a Philly game?
So we brought our whole family. My wife's from there. My kids are diehard Philly sports fans, mainly because they're not allowed in her eyes to be anything but. Like, I'll make it long. We live like 40 minutes door to door from Citi Field, which is where the Mets play. One of my sons loves baseball, and he loves to just rake balls. And Pete Alonso is one of his favorite players. And we've got a great little candid connection with the Mets to give us pretty good seats when we ask for them, all that stuff. And we're very thankful for that. So I'm always like, yo, it's a great ballpark. Let's go down. My wife's, why are you trying to make them Mets fans? I'm like, I am not. He likes the player, it's a great stadium. Let's go down. So we go to the game as a family. We park at the tailgate, P-lot, because that's where her family was.
I think we lost Dan there. We lost his connection.
Man, that'd be a good story.
It was a great story.
I wanted to hear it.
Wi-Fi let us down there with Dan Orlovsky. Brought to you every week by our friends at MyBookie. Maybe we'll get a reconnection.
Looks
here.
like he's praying again, though.
Yeah, it does.
We'll call him mid-prayer.
Dan, you're back with us now, buddy.
There you go. We lost you for a second.
We missed everything. You were parking.
Yeah, we got you to the P lot.
We're in lot P, and take us from there.
We're in P-lot.
Yep.
I apologize. So we're in P-lot, and within the first hour, I look over. My son's having a hot dog. And there's these two girls that look like either sisters or whatnot. They're 20 years old. They seem to be enjoying themselves. They're dancing to a song, and simultaneously, one lifts up her shirt to him, and the other one gives him a finger in conjunction with singing the song that's singing. He looked over at me, and I was like, "It's welcome to the world, champ." So it was, dude. The game was great. One of my sons and my daughter are diehard Psycho fans. They're locked into the game. They go nuts every play. The song gets sung. So it was a cool environment. Great experience.
Yeah. I'll remind you, son, it's your mom that wanted me to bring you here.
Welcome to the world.
Again, we're there because of my wife.
That's right.
My wife was like, "This is the best." I'm like, "Really?"
Yeah. Show and tell at school, though, is fantastic. Here's my game program. Here's what's left of the hot dog. Here's why I did not finish my hot dog.
Hey,
Somehow
the hot dog ended up on the pavement.
Can I ask you one serious question to end this? Biggest bounce back team next year? And the reason I ask this is because I'm a huge Rams guy. I know you love Matt Stafford. You played with him. And my Rams go from winning a Super Bowl to not even making the postseason. Obviously, injuries were a huge factor there. But when you start to take a look, and this is such a cyclical league, who do you see being one of these teams that could go from not being in the postseason to making a Super Bowl run?
Yeah, give me 10 seconds to think here. So not being in the postseason to making a Super Bowl run. Okay,
Yeah.
So AFC
Think a little bit longer. Tampa Bay Buccaneer. I'm a big Buccaneer fan. There's that helmet on his shelf back there.
I did mention the Rams.
I mean, won't be much of a surprise, but the Lions will be bona fide Super Bowl contenders. They get another piece on their defense. Their offense, retaining Ben Johnson. I don't think they'll chase quarterback. They are built to go win games in January big time. I think the Lions are a problem next year.
There you go. You put the Rams bait in the water, Dan swam right past it and went to Rockstar's Lions.
Just tell me Stafford's not done, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's not done. Trust me. I have a pretty good texting relationship with him. I'm going to see him in a couple of weeks for a little bit of a golf trip too. So he's not done. That dude's a maniac. He's not done.
Stream song. Yeah. How about Dan's like, how in the crap of all the golf courses did you pick Stream song? Actually, who was it we knew that was on that trip? Somebody. John Parker Wilson. I think was on that trip.
John
right?
Parker Wilson.
Yeah.
Yep.
Former Alabama quarterback.
JP Dub, man. JP Dub is the best, dude. You want to see a dude, first of all, his nickname is accurate to the personality. I mean, just meat. All right, first time I met him, he's like, it was through Matt Ryan meeting him. He's like, "This is meat." I'm like, "Your nickname is meat?" You're like, "You look like the stereotypical Southern gentleman." Dude. Like,
Bama Bangs, baby. Bama Bangs.
Yeah. Dude does not hit driver. He just takes rescue wood out and takes divots for like a beaver tail type of divot with it and hits it 300 yards. And I'm like, why don't you hit drivers? Don't need to. Got it.
Yeah.
Don't need to.
I love JP's stories. Those are fantastic.
He's the best, man. Dude's the best.
Yep. All right, that is Dan Orlovsky, mybookie.ag, code next round. Dan will be with us for a few more weeks through the Super Bowl. Thank you very much for the time, Dan. Have a great week.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy.
All right, buddy. Take care. Dan Orlovsky with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. 1.5-point favorite right now is Philadelphia in this Super Bowl. The total of 49.5 right there at mybookie.ag, code next round, where you can get that deposit bonus. Any deposit, you're eligible for a bonus. You can use it right away and cash out. You don't have to use it 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. Listen, they've got the pregame, the live lines, the Super Bowl props, everything from opening coin toss, the length of the national anthem, the color of the Gatorade dumped on the winning coach, everything right there. mybookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag, code next round.
How many of you have your Twitter up?
I got it.
Don't say it. Just check out Jeff Jeffy there.
I didn't get it.
To our Ed Next Round Live.
Okay.
Do you have a column where that feeds into?
I do, but I don't see it. Maybe.
Okay.
I got it.
I'll show you in the commercial break. Funny. When we come back, one more hour to go.
Hey, did you see?
That's terrific, yes.
I hadn't seen that.
That's good, Jeff Jeffy. Love it.
Did you see Tyler Huntley is in the Pro Bowl?
I did. Did you see who the AFC quarterbacks are?
Yeah, but it shows you how big of a joke the Pro Bowl is.
Well,
yeah, but again, we're playing a flag football game after we play Pictionary and Connect 3 and all that.
Yeah, but trust me, don't think that his agent's not going to say, hey, we've got a Pro Bowl quarterback.
It's Tyler Huntley, who played a month of football for Baltimore.
Yeah.
It's Derek Carr, who the Raiders like, we don't even want you anymore. Yeah. Don't come to our games.
You know how many touchdowns Tyler Huntley had this entire year?
I don't care, but can he draw in a Pictionary game? That's what I'm coaching him up now.
2 touchdowns, he's a Pro Bowler.
I just need somebody who can recognize my drawing. When Peyton's drawing something on the big screen up there, can Tyler figure it out? One more hour to go right here. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Connect 3 and 3 Square. What does Jim have against the number 4?
He's a big Earnhardt fan.
Is it Connect 4 and 4 Square? Is that what it is on both of those?
Put your threes up, Dunaway.
Is it not Connect 3?
No.
Dale Senior.
It's Connect 4?
Connect 3 is pretty much quitting.
We'll see.
Dale Senior, baby.
You guys knew that I came from the trailer park back in the day. By the time we got that game, we didn't have as many checkers. So we had to play Connect 3. Back in a moment.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Let me ask a very simple question. If you were washing your car, would you use the same sponge on the body of the car that you use on the undercarriage? The clear answer is no. So why are you using the same razor on your face that you're using on the undercarriage? Stop doing that today. Go get the lawnmower at Manscaped. It makes sure you got the perfect razor for that really important part of your body. Manscaped.com. Right now, use the code TNR, 20% off your order. Use code TNR at Manscaped.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl. Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hear a little bit from Nate Oates to start off this segment and get back into Alabama's offensive coordinator search that we talked about at the end of the 10 o'clock hour, and then a little bit with Clint Lamb at the top of the hour, that headline and everything else being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. The folks, Adam and Chad, getting you ready. Your heating, plumbing, and cooling needs right there with Adam and Chad. 10% off today if you want to make that service one more time.
Yeah, this is the final day for that great offer from our friends at Hemphill. We'll have something coming up for February for you guys, though. But remember, 10% off right now. Final day, any plumbing or HVAC service. Call our friends at Hemphill Services. Just tell them the next round sent you. Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemphill, they want to make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Ryan Grubb staying at Washington. I told you earlier in the show that he was already making $2 million. He started the year off making just over $1 million when Jimbo Fisher first came after him, wanting him to be the OC before he hired Bobby Petrino. He got a raise to $1.45 million. And then when Texas A&M and other schools circled back in December, his salary went up to $2 million. He did interview with Nick Saban, was in Tuscaloosa. He decides to stay at Washington. Alabama basketball in action tonight. Vandy, Alabama, 7:30 on the SEC Network and the Crimson Tide Sports Radio Network. Rockstar cut number one, Nate Oates. I guess when you lose, you win a close one against Mississippi State, maybe that exposes something. When you get blown out at Oklahoma, it definitely exposes something. Nate Oates gets asked about that.
They know what they've got to fix. They talked about what they've got to fix. I think this is a deal where we didn't play like we know we're capable of playing, and this isn't who we know ourselves to be. So let's get back to being who we want to be, who we think we are, who we've proven to be in the past. And I think, no reason to panic. I mean, it's basketball. There's 31 games. They shot well. But if we don't change things, things aren't going to change. We have to play harder. I thought this game was similar to Gonzaga, where we just didn't play hard enough. And the other team's offense really got going because we let them get going. I thought we responded pretty well in that game after that loss. So I think our guys will respond well and play a lot harder moving forward.
Yeah, but here comes Vandy, and this becomes what you had against Mississippi State. You'd already played Mississippi State once, and they came in, and it was a different game the second time around. It's a second look now for Vandy. They get a second look.
Vanderbilt is rolling into a hornet's nest. I mean, Alabama was completely embarrassed. And anytime you're down 32, you're the number 2 team in the country, and you're playing an unranked, you got to be able to bounce back. I mean, we know how talented this Alabama team is. Again, they led Vanderbilt just a couple of weeks ago in Nashville by 23. Liam Robbins, your top rebounder and scorer, still out for Jerry Stackhouse and Vanderbilt. That's going to be a factor. Vanderbilt, I mean, they scratched and clawed Saturday, almost were able to upset A&M. I just think this is a bad spot for Vanderbilt. Whether or not they cover the 15.5, I'm staying away from the game. But I fully expect Alabama to come back and win this game by double digits.
I think the big difference here is Mississippi State, really good defensive team. State's still looking for the offense, but they're a really good defensive team. Chris Jans has gotten them to play really good, really hard defensively. Oklahoma, pretty good defensive team. Under Porter Moser, pretty good defensive team. Vanderbilt, not a good defensive team at all. I mean, Alabama should have their way offensively. If Alabama wants to get at a kind of the offensive funk they're in, I think Vanderbilt's pretty good medicine for that.
But down the road, 2 with Auburn, 1 with Tennessee.
Those are much better
And then when you
teams.
get to the
No
NCAA
doubt.
tournament, you got to solve the problems
That's
against
right.
really good defensive teams down the stretch. So that basketball game tonight should be a lot of fun. One more basketball note last night, Texas Tech. Big win for Texas, first off, over Baylor. That was just big for them after what Tennessee did to them. But Texas Tech had no wins in the Big 12, playing 13th-ranked Iowa State. They're down 23 points with 13 minutes to go in the game. How many times do you see somebody come back 23 down with 13 minutes left to play? That has to be so rare. I don't know what the win probability in that thing is.
I got it.
What is it?
It was, at that point, 99.6 win probability. And this is the biggest comeback in a second half in Big 12 history.
I mean, LT, that's that point at 13 minutes to go, 23-point lead. You start thinking if you're Texas Tech, maybe I take a starter out and put somebody else in playing time and stuff or whatever. That's unbelievable.
This is why you've got to have a strong stomach to wager on basketball. I gave out 2 plays last night. Virginia minus 5.5. They win by 5. Lost that one. Texas Tech minus 2.5.
And you had given up on that one.
I was like, it's an 0-2 night. I was like, this is a bad start to this week after having a great week last week. And when we got home from dinner, I turned it on about the 10-minute mark, and they started to chip, and then we got it to overtime. And then they had 3 pretty good looks on the final shot, Iowa State. They continued to get offensive rebounds, kick it back out. And Texas Tech, hit both of their free throws before those looks. And they win the game by 3, but it was an incredible comeback for Texas Tech.
Yeah.
And you think about, in the Big 12, every win is a quad win-win.
Oh, yeah, that's wild. Yeah, you're right.
It really is. So, Texas Tech, as much as they've struggled right now, and where they sit, they're 12-10. They're 1-8 in the Big 12. You don't expect them to get in, but if they get a little hot and start rolling, who knows?
They're going to start sacking quad 1 wins because everybody above them is a quad 1 win. Really crazy. Really crazy.
That Mark Adams guy is under heat. I mean, it's only his second year at Texas Tech, but Chris Beard had given them Final Four appetites.
Yeah.
He had developed Final Four taste for that program, having taken them there the same year Auburn went. And Mark Adams has let it fall off pretty quickly now that, and by the way, Beard's unemployed. You do wonder, if that didn't work out with Mark Adams, do you think Texas Tech will consider taking Beard back?
It seemed like it was a bad breakup, man.
Well, just because you go in state and in conference?
It seems like, remember the AD or the president or both of them said some stuff about Beard leaving, and then,
but
there's some back and forth about going to this, Texas said some stuff to Texas Tech about being
I do remember
the
that
state
now.
university.
Yeah, but at some point you're like, this dude had us in the Final Four now.
Yeah, that will be interesting. All right, so that's your sports headline. In the entertainment world, a couple of passings. One, John Adams, not the John Adams, but this is the John Adams for the Adams family in Cleveland. The guy only missed 45 games. If you don't know who John Adams is, he's the guy who would sit at Cleveland Indian and then at the last year Guardian games and bang the drum in the outfield.
Was he the actual guy in Major League?
I think they did use him in Major League. I think they did.
Yeah, find out, Rocky. I never really noticed it outside of Major League. I mean, not that I watch a ton of Indians games.
He started on August 24th, 1973, and between August 24th, 1973 and 2019, the end of the season, he only missed 45 games. Now, we've got multimillionaires who are setting out more games in the NBA right now than this guy. He started having health problems at the end, but still didn't miss games. He would come and play his drum. His way of sort of contributing to the crowd noise for years and years in Cleveland. Just an amazing story. So much so that they've got a bench out in the fan park outside the stadium with a bronze drum, a replica of his drum, and the bench named after him.
You know what sucks, though, is when you do that job, you always got to have the crappy seats. They never put that guy behind home plate. He's always in the outfield, the guy that bangs on the drum.
He was in row 5 the first night, and one of the guys said, this will work better, and probably sitting next to him, if you go up to the last row near the beer vendor.
You know where this would be much better? Is way away from me.
And it actually says there was a youth group there that night, August 24th. I was reading the story at The Athletic. August 24th, 1973, there was a youth group, I think Boy Scouts, were in front of him, and one of the kids turned around and said, "You're not going to bang that thing tonight, are you?" And he says, "Yes, I am."
All night long, huh?
So he only missed 45 games all those years. They were going to let him come into the pandemic games for the Indians, but he did not want to get special treatment when other fans couldn't get it, so he missed all of that year.
Yeah.
So really a cool guy. Passes away at the age of 71.
That sucks, putting all that time in and never saw a championship.
Never did, though, right? Well, some American League pennants, but that's about it.
But I mean,
the Albert Bell years.
Heartbroken by the Florida Marlins.
Yep.
And by
the Braves.
And by the Braves.
By the Atlanta Braves. Been a lot of
the
real,
Cubs.
A lot of real bad baseball he saw. A lot of times he was the only guy in the stadium.
And those were cold ass games too.
Oh yeah, especially early on.
Yeah, some great fans like that. And the other is the passing of Cindy Williams. You guys are probably too young to have ever watched Laverne and Shirley. Did you ever watch?
It was on in syndication. I remember watching. Never really liked the show, to be honest with you.
I didn't know it ran so late. 1976 to 1983. It was a spinoff of Happy Days, but it was still putting out new episodes in 1983. Laverne and Shirley. So she was Shirley, right?
That's
Is that
right.
correct?
Who's the old girl
Penny
that played
Marshall.
Laverne? Penny Marshall. That's right.
She passed away a couple of years ago.
She was married to Henry Winkler?
No.
John Travolta?
No.
Okay, there's some sort of connection there. What's the connection?
I don't know.
Henry Winkler was on Happy Days,
they did.
and this show spun off of Happy Days.
Okay, maybe that was it.
And they would do crossovers.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was thinking.
And I think
so they weren't married.
I think Penny Marshall went on a date with Fonzie in Happy Days.
No, I think Fonzie had a threesome with Laverne and Shirley.
That's right.
I'm with Lance on that.
Shabelle Shoflaka.
And then Chachi showed up out of nowhere.
Hey!
I'm 35, playing a 14-year-old.
Hey! Well, God rest her soul. But I hated that show. I never really liked that show.
You got very much
Andrew Dice Clay.
Andrew Dice Clay, Travis.
Well, the Fonz had that, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know who had it
I thought he
first.
came in and he was like, "Hey," and he would raise his thumbs, didn't
he
he?
hit the jukebox, man.
Yeah.
Hey, that's really a crappy era of TV, if you ask
Awful.
me. Yeah.
Awful.
Happy Days was a great show.
I
when I
never
was a
liked
kid.
Happy Days. Yeah.
You go back and watch any. Now, for what it was for entertainment, like the Love Boat back in the day, things like that. I mean, they entertained you, but when you go back and watch any of that, it is just garbage.
Patrick, adding to the show too, Wonder Years debuted 35 years ago today.
Coming right out of a Super Bowl, right?
It was. That was, if I remember correctly, LT, it was.
I'll tell you when it was.
Washington, the Redskins getting off to a great start, and then was it the Dolphins that came back and won? Or no?
No, I wish.
No, I think
because I would have been alive.
I think it was the strike-shortened year where Denver got completely walloped by Doug Williams and the Skins.
So it's the other way around. The Broncos started off well, and then Washington come back and won it all.
Yeah, I think the Broncos were up like 14-0, and then it was like a 35-0 second quarter.
The team that I was cheering for and had money on lost the game, so I forget, but it was Redskins-Broncos, everyone is saying. But they, like they did with that fireman show the other day when we were watching the Chiefs and Bengals, coming up after the game, don't forget an all-new episode of America's Growing Drama, whatever the fireman show was.
Yeah.
They did that during the Super Bowl. New series debuts after the Super Bowl tonight, Wonder Years.
Yeah. And, I mean, that one, they've done several series that way. I would assume this is the most successful one because Wonder Years had a good run.
It did.
I never watched Wonder Years, but it had a good run.
Show. It's on Hulu if you want it.
Yeah, I mean, I watched some of the episodes, especially to start, but my kids went back and watched it in its entirety and absolutely loved it. So I guess it translates or it holds pretty well, right?
It does. I mean, it's just typical teenage problems, getting pimples, liking girls, and stuff like that. It was a great show.
I've gotten stuck into a wormhole of Dorn's wife
Did you
in Major League. I've just wondered who she was because, you found her attractive when you first saw her back in the day, and I've never even heard of this actress, Stacey Carroll. But do you guys remember when Ricky Vaughn ends up leaving with Dorn's wife?
Yeah.
I had no idea. I swear to God, I had no idea.
No, they debuted a lot of things after Super Bowls. Lassie came on after the first Super Bowl.
Right.
And they've done it throughout the years. Sometimes in 1976, Brown, it was just the Phoenix Open Golf Tournament.
Oh, really? We're going to take you out to Phoenix.
Yeah, The Wonderful World of Disney a couple of times. All in the Family came on. in 1978 after Super Bowl.
I had a good run. That was a good show.
But I do think I don't know if the A-Team, if that was the first year. No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. But I remember that A-Team coming on after the Super Bowl because as a kid, I enjoyed the Super Bowl. I was so fired up for that A-Team episode.
Well, A-Team, correct me if I'm wrong, just going by memory, I remember ordering a Domino's pizza, and that was your Dolphins and the 49ers.
Getting drilled by the 49ers. Yep. And it turned out that the A-Team was the more enjoyable part of my day that day.
Yeah. By the way, they did not do a lot. A Friends episode came on in January of 1996 after the Super Bowl. And the name of that episode was The One After the Super Bowl.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Do you like Danica McKellar?
I did. But I've tried to get her on the show several times. We've been this close, and then scheduling happens because she's a Hallmark movie.
Who was that?
She was the girlfriend of Fred Savage, Winnie Cooper, on Wonder Years. Yeah.
I thought we had
and she
her
was
on.
probably
we probably had her on once, but I've tried several times. Like we get our lines crossed. All
She
the
was
time.
like she was a heartthrob of my childhood. There, a lot of guys in my childhood. Again, I never really watched that show. So she didn't really do it for me. I was more of a Alyssa Milano guy from Who's the Boss.
She was cute.
Who, Alyssa Milano?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought she was really good.
The best was Nicole Eggert.
Nicole Eggert. I liked her too from Charles in Charge.
Yeah, hated that show, but liked her.
Yeah, like
You
Nicole
had,
Eggert.
like Buddy,
No.
the best friend, Limbeck.
Yeah, we had people were talking about Topanga over there. We had her on the show. We jinxed her because a week later she got arrested.
She got a DUI.
2009, The Office came on afterwards, the stress relief episode. Do y'all remember that one?
Tell me what's in that. I think I remember the stress relief.
I never saw one episode of The Office when it was actually running.
The Office is fantastic.
I got introduced to it from my kids. But yeah, it is good.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as good as everyone says, but I think it's good.
Stress relief, I think, is when he lights the fire when he hang on, I'm going to double check.
He's trying to pick who takes his place.
Yeah. When
Lunsford says that's the fire drill.
Yeah, Dwight stages a fire drill, and that's where Stanley has the heart attack, and it leads to the CPR episode where they're having it. Which is maybe my favorite of all
you do
time.
it to the beat of Staying Alive.
Yeah,
And then,
that's what it
Michael
says.
going,
Staying alive.
But
staying
Michael starts
alive.
going, at first I was afraid.
I was
terrified.
Such a good episode.
Fire drill episode. Did Angela's cat not come out of the ceiling?
she throws it up and to the same to Oscar, and it comes back to him. Such a good episode.
I can't take you. You're too small. I'm 4'11".
Smuff. I can't do this forever. All right. Good times after the Super Bowl.
Call it.
Yeah.
Such a funny line.
Dwight rips the mask off and puts it on his face.
Part of our show being brought to you by Dr. B. We'll jump back into some of the things going on, including what Brown and LT thinks about the Alabama OC coaching search now that Ryan Grubb is out of the mix. Dr. B, though, not out of the mix with LT's
I got
hair.
another comment. We got home from dinner last night when I was watching Iowa State and Texas Tech. I was kind of laid back on the couch, and the roommate said, "You know what? Your hair really is getting thicker." So unsolicited comments like that make me feel really good.
Technically, she is your roommate and girlfriend. So what is she going to say?
It's not anything that I fished for. She just threw it out last night. But I'm telling you, this is working. People ask me all the time. The first couple of months I really couldn't tell, so I wanted to wait until I could tell there was growth. Again, when I went in for that second analysis, 14% thicker. Since then, I've been working on that second phase, already have significant growth. Dr. B, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama. T3hair.net. He remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. If you're starting to thin a little bit, get preemptive. Trust me on this. He can save your hair. He can grow it back. T3hair.net or call for a free consultation, 205-319-0316.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Michelson Look Ahead is the Big 12 schedule coming up. The release is at the top of the hour. Anything leaking out so far? I haven't
seen anything.
Me either, other than TCU releasing their whole schedule yesterday, which we talked about in the first hour of the show. But we get the whole schedule coming up. After LT tells us about Michelson, I want to ask you guys, what do you want to see? Who do you want to see UCF play? What do you think we're going to see? What do you think the TV matchups we're going to see made? We have already seen that TCU is going to get BYU at home and play a road game at Houston. What are some of the other matchups you want to see? LT, tell us about Michelson.
Yeah, to find out if LASIK is right for you in 2023, simple phone call, 969-8100. If you wear the contacts, you wear the glasses, you're wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I had the contacts and solution that I was wasting money on for almost a decade. Went in over 2 decades ago, screened out. I was a candidate for LASIK. I got the procedure done. I now have 2015 vision better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They are going to hook you up with an absolutely free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, conveniently located at UAB Highlands. Again, 969-8100, and tell them the Next Round sent you.
Do you want to see Texas and Oklahoma play all these new teams, or do you the only chance you're going to get to see that, or do you want to try to avoid and get Texas and Oklahoma only come to the Big 12 schools one more time?
They wouldn't, would they? They wouldn't, because they do at least have to think about a television partner. They wouldn't take away the Texas-Oklahoma game just out of spite, would they? I mean, they control that, right? They don't have to. Used to. You played everybody in the Big 12. You're not going to this year because they've got too many teams now. There's no way they would do that to screw
their
Texas
television
and Oklahoma.
partners would be so pissed.
I would think, and that's the only thing that, well, not the only thing, but that's one of the things that stops you, right? Is Fox or ESPN.
You can't do
whoever would have it this year be like, come on, man, we love that game.
Yeah, probably contractually, too. They probably,
you think
there's
so?
probably something in there that we have to play each other.
Yeah.
on the front end
But
of
this
it.
is the first time that they, in theory, could do that, right? And boy, you want to talk about a big middle finger to Texas and Oklahoma if they took that game
No,
away.
I would tell you, I would send both of those schools on the road to BYU, Central Florida, Cincy, and Houston.
You would send them all 4 of their road games. You would make them at the new places. I was thinking about that. To me, that would be the biggest middle finger. But what that does is it prevents you from getting them to come to your traditional places one more time.
And it kind of screws, your schools that are staying. Now I got to go to Austin and Norman. I don't get them at my place.
But
because that would be all their road games, right? All 4 of those, that's the only road games they're going to play.
Right.
Yeah, but you give me Texas, Oklahoma at those 4. I mean, do they go undefeated? Do they lose one?
But I think that's what I would do, LT, just to because those are big ticket games.
Yeah, and
right?
it proves a point, because if you've got them playing the exact same road schedule against the newbies.
Well, but the newbies are never going to get those teams to their place if they don't get them right now. That's your only opportunity to ever get Texas and Oklahoma coming to my place is if I'm Cincinnati, Houston, and those teams coming in. I'll never get them again.
Well, and it's a bone to those guys for coming to our conference, and it's an FU to Texas and Oklahoma.
Where was Bedlam last year? It was in Norman, though, wasn't it?
Oh.
So I don't get the last one at my place?
I can't remember.
Do you think? I mean, there was talk about that game not even being played. Are you certain they'll play it?
Yeah. Well, maybe it will not be. It could have been the last one. There's no guaranteed anything, but we'll see it at the end. But that is the biggest FU to me, is if you make Texas and Oklahoma's 4 road games to be UCF, Cincinnati, BYU, and Houston.
Yeah.
But that does mean that traditional powers will all be going to their place.
Bedlam was in Norman, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tripp's right over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Send Texas, and for this matter, Oklahoma to West Virginia, and then BYU on back-to-back weekends.
The maximum travel.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, if they really want to screw Texas and Oklahoma on the way out the door, there's many, many ways they could do it beyond what I just said, which is not play the Red River game. There are many ways they could give them the middle finger. That's one of them.
Well, I think it'll be apparent when we see the schedule. I think it will jump out whether or not they try to screw them. Yeah.
I mean, we're unanimous in thinking the Pac-12 blatantly did that to USC, right?
Oh yeah.
It did seem that way, yes.
I mean, that USC schedule looked like the Pac-12 was like, you think you're going to win a championship on the way out the door, you're going to really have to fight for it.
They clumped a lot of their tougher games together.
Yeah, and a tough finish for them.
But, I wouldn't have done that. The Big 12 had the luxury of playing for a national championship this year. The Pac-12 has been completely irrelevant when it comes to the college football playoff, even if it was their last year.
Yeah, but
I would still want somebody to win one.
I don't know. I don't know what is. I don't know.
You still get to put it in your banner for whatever that's worth.
You do, but I don't know what's worse for me is as a Pac-12 school or as a Pac-12 conference that I finally get a national championship, but it's also from a team that's saying, hey, literally holding up 2 fingers, we're on our way to the Big Ten. I mean, is that the champion you want for your first conference champion? I don't know if that helps you that much, honestly. I guess it'd be nice to finally win a conference championship, but I don't know that helps you that much when they're going to the Big Ten.
The announcement comes today at 1 o'clock in about 30 minutes Central Time. For all those interested in that schedule, the ACC did their release yesterday. That included Florida State and Clemson being played early in the year, September 23rd, on a day that already has Ohio State and Notre Dame in prime time, probably a UCLA-Utah game in prime time, and a couple of big SEC games, including Ole Miss and Alabama.
I mean, you've got me excited about that weekend. What is that? You said the 23rd? So what
September 23rd, yeah.
Week 4, I guess that is, 3 or 4, whatever it is.
I think so, yes.
Sounds, because I've already looked at week 1, not great. Week 2 does have Alabama, Texas. Auburn is playing Cal. But that weekend right there excites me. I mean, that is the 4th week of the college football season, and that is a really, really good weekend of football.
More on college football and what these guys think about Ryan Grubb saying no to Alabama after I tell you about a company you can't say no to, and that is Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. That's because he has an offer you can't refuse. That is a free, no-cost, no obligation inspection of your roof. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531, or look him up on Facebook simply by going to Greg from Pell City on Facebook and sending him a DM right there. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. And with storms coming, and you know they will in the spring, have this number on standby. 205-542-3531. That's because Greg is a professional. He and his crew are coming out, surveying damage, taking pictures, putting together a portfolio for you that you can just hand over to the insurance companies to show them the damage while he properly secures your goods. So patching the roof and the hole in the roof with a tarp until the insurance company gets there, securing your valuables. He can do that and do it in a way that's not going to cost you coverage from your insurance company because he's a professional and one you can trust. That's Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. So initial reaction when you heard Ryan Grubb was staying at Washington, turning down Alabama.
I'm a little surprised because some of the reporting I had heard from the national and Washington end is that Washington was growing a little weary of him flirting with jobs all the time, and that if he got on the plane to Tuscaloosa, he better be dang well sure he's got the job. That was kind of the vibe I got from the Washington end of this. Whether or not Alabama, he was 100% their guy or not, there are reports Alabama met with many people, or Saban met with many people yesterday.
And was still going to meet with others afterwards.
So I don't know that Grubb was number one or not. He might have been number one, but it was kind of the way I read it is Washington was growing weary of this. And if you jump that plane to Tuscaloosa, you better make sure you got the offer.
But the relationship with Kellen DeBoer is undeniable. They've been together since 2007 at Sioux Falls.
Yeah.
I mean, you've come through some outward post of college football to get to Washington together.
Well, and I think that's what softens the blow a little bit about him doing the flirtation with other jobs is DeBoer is such a big fan, and there's so much of a comfort zone between these two. I could have seen it either way. I mean, people made good arguments in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room about, Tuscaloosa, just the cost of living, the difference, getting out of Seattle. Brown, you brought up the commute. The ability to get a bigger, better job quicker. But, I mean, you're making $2 million for somebody you're familiar with, and it seems like the trajectory is going up. The Pac-12 is going to get easier without USC and UCLA there. So I can see reasons to stay.
Yeah, I mean, he can be a hero in Washington easier than he can in Tuscaloosa.
But the fact
expected in Tuscaloosa.
That's right, yeah.
I mean, you could be a scapegoat as quickly as week 2 if you lose to Texas.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Right. I mean, just look at Bill O'Brien. He had a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback and consistently a top 2 or 3 scoring offense in 2 years at Alabama, and fans were ready for him to be gone. You do either one of those things at Washington, and I mean, you're a hero and you get a head coaching job out of it.
Why do we feel that way about other people interviewing for jobs? This is the same way for you guys too. When you're in your workplace, if your boss catches you interviewing with somebody else, it changes the workplace dynamic tremendously. I mean, right now, I don't know if it is hurting Kirby Smart's high, but Todd Monken yesterday was with the Ravens organization. Today he's with the Buccaneers organization. Do you think that's bringing Kirby Smart down?
I don't know. I don't necessarily have a problem with it, Jim. I mean, it's just natural. But if you're doing it every year, and that's what it looks like Ryan Grubb is doing now, right? If every year we get to the end of the season and you're flirting with somebody else, and I've done everything I can for you. I've given you everything you wanted. I got you make $2 million a year.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's every year, but this year, and I don't know if it was his doing, but he was making $1 million. He came with DeBoer from Fresno State, first year at Washington. Then during the year in November, they gave him a raise to 1.4, and then right in December, they gave him a raise to $2 million.
Yeah,
because the big programs kept sniffing around.
Yeah, I mean, at some point though, I've done everything I can for you. Why do you insist on continuing to sniff around? Why am I always hearing about you with other jobs? That means you've done a great job for me. That's wonderful. But, I mean, you're either with me or you're not. I mean, that's kind of the outlook I would have if I were in that situation.
If you want to hear Clint Lamb, who covers Alabama for On3 Sports, you can go back and listen to our podcast with him. He had thoughts on who could end up being the OC in the D.C. job, wherever you get your podcast. That earlier today on the show to start hour number 3. All right, when we come back, Connor O'Gara, friend of the show, makes a very interesting observation about one SEC football coach. We'll talk about that and a lot more when we come back on the Next Round show, being brought to you in part by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. Tonight's the night I finally get to taste a little Wagyu.
Boy, I can't believe you've been able to hold off this long. Well, you're going to be pleasantly surprised.
We've been busy.
Yeah.
You got enough charcoal?
Hey, the New York Butcher Shop.
Black Skillet, you talking
Oh,
about.
that's right. You're going to do the Black
You got to
Skillet.
do the Black Skillet. That's the way to do it. The finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Great selection of wines and desserts. Remember, Valentine's Day, they've got this great package. You need to pre-order this. Package includes 2 8-ounce choice fillets, 2 loaded twice-baked potatoes, 2 garden salads, yeast rolls. It's only $59.99. You can upgrade to Prime for just $10 more. 2 great locations to serve you. Highway 119 in Greystone and Cahaba Heights. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
It is the 52nd O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills. The next round will be live at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex Friday 3 to 5. Get discounted adult tickets in advance at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. And see us there Friday at 3 at the World of Wills.
Forrester or Rockstar, can one of you, while we're talking about one of our great sponsors, pull up Josh Kendall? He's got some helmets from Senior Bowl practice today. I want everybody's thoughts on what happens during the Senior Bowl week with your favorite team's college helmet. That, and after Brownie tells us about our friends at MyBookie. You gave, when we were talking to Orlovsky, 1.5. It was 2 at mybookie.ag this morning, so it's moved another half point.
It was dropped,
just between pre-show and during our show today, down 0.5.
Yeah, where do you think this is going to end up, Lance? Eagles minus 1.5 right now.
Could it be a pick?
Here's my reservation on even having a lean right now in this game. Is I don't know how healthy Kansas City's going to be. You heard Orlovsky talk about Kadarius Toney and Juju and Mecole Hardman. If all of those guys that are 100%, you know the ankle's going to get better. Again, he was able to do full-out sprints just a couple of days ago. So you got to make sure that Kansas City is whole. If they're whole at wide receiver, I think this thing goes off at a pick.
1.5 right now. Philadelphia is favored, a total at 49.5. Todd Furman with us tomorrow. We'll talk more about it. You can get down on it with mybookie.ag. Not just the game, but some of the more fun things to me. And we always get Furman to do this in the next week. We'll get him to do it. The pregame, the live lines, but the Super Bowl props are always fun to me. You can bet everything from the opening coin toss, the length of the anthem. Chris Stapleton doing the anthem. Rockstar, do you think that'll be a short or long anthem, Chris Stapleton?
I think it'll be a short.
You think so?
I'll take a short one.
You like Stapleton? Boy, I do.
mean, I know that one song he does. Was it Tennessee? What is it called?
Tennessee Whiskey.
Tennessee Whiskey.
That's good.
Wait, let Dunaway roll.
Yeah, go for it.
You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey.
Yeah.
You're as sweet as strawberry wine.
You know, I'm going to say Dunaway sounds more like the original George Jones recording than Chris Stapleton.
That should be the only one.
I cannot believe when we were talking about JT earlier that you said you can't sing.
Behind this microphone, you'll see my Jerry Rice impersonation.
Link to the national anthem, color of the Gatorade, dumped on the winning coach, all those things right there at mybookie.ag. Here's the thing. When you sign up on mybookie.ag, you're eligible for that deposit bonus. And when you get that deposit bonus, it is yours right away. Just one bet. It is all yours. Don't have to bet 10 times like some other places. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, code next round for that deposit bonus. mybookie.ag, code next round.
I bet the Gatorade last year for the first time.
Did you get it right?
Yeah, because I went, I like the Rams, and I went blue Gatorade and got a pretty good payout on it.
Oh, very good. Yeah. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, you got to figure that the Rams are going to have blue Gatorade. Right?
You would have to think, yeah. What other color?
They could have done original, the lemon lime. It was one of the two.
Our friends at the Senior Bowl, practice is ongoing. You can watch the NFL Network for live coverage a little bit later on. But this, I never liked this, but I know it's old man Jim that doesn't like this. But the Senior Bowl helmets, when they start taking other teams' logos and you're putting it on your helmet for the game, I sort of, as a guy who, say an Alabama fan, I always liked it better when you could tell the Alabama player in the game, or in that case, a Nebraska player or a Texas player, without throwing all the logos on there. But it's, it has grown in tradition at the Senior Bowl to sort of throw all the logos on your helmet.
Well, that was busy right there.
Yeah, I mean, if you like order and cleanliness, this is not for you.
No.
It is not for you. And there are some people that just don't like you to desecrate the helmet that you so much love as a fan.
The Camels, that guy was very proud of his team being in there. He's not throwing any other stickers on his helmet.
How bad would Western Kentucky's helmet be if they actually had that hilltopper on the side?
Had the hilltopper on it?
Yeah. So that's the so do you guys like it or don't like it?
I don't. I really do not, to be honest with you.
Me either. Because it's selfish because the players have already, done their time with your program, but it does help you tremendously in games like this when you're supporting your team, especially, like the Camel one there doesn't have any stickers on it. He's keeping it true to help out Camel.
Yeah. When we were kids and they still had the Blue-Gray Bowl down in Montgomery on Christmas Day, did they not do the same thing there? Am I right about that? It seemed like I remember as a kid them doing the same thing. Yeah.
I don't remember them doing that.
Was it the Kelly Blue-Gray? What was Kelly, by the way?
That was
Kelly Tires.
Kelly Tires Blue-Gray towards the end of it. But when I was a kid, it was just the Blue-Gray game on Christmas Day.
I think that was an All-Star. Shriners, actually.
Might have been. It was the All-Star game for teams that didn't make a bowl, right? It was
That's
the best
exactly
players
right.
from non-bowl teams played in that.
Awful game.
Oh, it really was. But there was nothing else on TV on Christmas Day.
14-10 every year.
Bet the under.
Yeah, but that was the Blue-Gray game where you had if you're late in the game, if you're down, it was basically make it take it.
Yeah, they tried to make it competitive.
You could score and then keep the ball.
I know some Montgomery people that used to go to that. It was part of their Christmas tradition.
Are you serious? They'd go to Crampton Bowl on Christmas Day.
Open presents and then go to the game.
Yeah.
It supported the local Shriners, I believe. All right, here we go. Let's talk Lane Kiffin. Our buddy Connor O'Gara brings this up. And I don't think it dawned on me that this was a Lane Kiffin problem, if you will.
Yeah, I think I said it.
It dawned on Lance.
Lane Kiffin, I thought it had a couple of meaningful wins in his time at Ole Miss. I mean, he had a 10-win regular season, first one in Ole Miss history. But Connor O'Gara makes a great point. In all of his years of being a head coach, to 1 year at Tennessee, to USC, to Florida Atlantic, to Ole Miss, he has only beaten one team in all those years coaching Power 5 team that finished with 9 or more wins at the end of the year. So what may have felt like a big win at a moment, by the end, that team didn't win 9 games. 9 or more wins. One time, and that was when USC beat number 4 Oregon back in 2011. He's 1-19 in such games.
Well, I didn't know this statistic, 1-19 in games against teams that were going to get 9 wins at least. But I do know we had done the exercise of give me his best win at Ole Miss. This was when it looked like he had the Auburn job, when just about everybody thought he had the Auburn job. I think you challenged us for this.
Right.
Give me his best win at Ole Miss.
No, I do remember LT saying it, and I do remember us doing this, and it was hard to find the big win.
It was hard to find it. Now, I didn't really look at it from this point of view, but now that I go back and think about it, that makes total sense, at least at Ole Miss. I didn't know it was this bad at Southern Cal, too.
Man, that's hard to do.
That is. Can I tell you how hard it is to do? Last year, did Jimbo Fisher have a good year last year?
No, he did not.
He did have one win over a Power 5 team that finished with 9 or more wins. Did Billy Napier have a good win?
He did not.
We also, Billy Napier, do it against Utah.
Utah, right out of the chute, he did it.
Shane Beamer and Josh Heupel had multiple wins against Power 5 teams that finished with 9 or more wins. So it's not like it's that big of a stretch in the SEC to get a handful of these wins. He's yet to do it as an SEC coach. He has done it only one time when he was at USC.
Yeah, I mean, that's hard to believe. I mean, I've always said I don't believe he's an elite coach, and I look for those signature wins, and I remember vividly the win over Oregon in 2011, but I would have had no idea if you would have said he's played against teams that finished with 9 or more wins 20 times. What's that record? I would have said 5-15.
Yeah, 1-19 is
awesome, right?
Yeah,
no,
right.
it's terrible, but 1-19 is stunning. At a place like USC, and again, these are Power 5 teams.
Even Ole Miss. You should be able to beat 9-win teams sometimes,
Yeah,
at least once a year.
I'm going to guess I know Hugh Freeze. He did it twice with Alabama. I mean, Hugh Freeze beat Alabama twice. And there were several more for him at Ole Miss.
We do have some leakage coming on the Big 12 front, so we'll do it when we come back in our final segment. But Brett McMurphy, Ross Dellinger, and others are now 13 minutes ahead of time leaking some stuff about who is going to be playing where. So sourcing, as the schools already know, letting some of this leak out. So we're looking forward to doing that and updating you on Todd Monken, maybe his next stop as well after Georgia, if he is leaving Georgia or not. All that coming up in the final segment of the show that is being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. We send poll questions out all the time. Cowan Equipment will keep you with the best rental equipment out there all the time.
Yeah, our friends at Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here. They would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com. Find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Let me ask a very simple question. If you were washing your car, would you use the same sponge on the body of the car that you use on the undercarriage? The clear answer is no. So why are you using the same razor on your face that you're using on the undercarriage? Stop doing that today. Go get the lawnmower at Manscaped and make sure you got the perfect razor for that really important part of your body. Manscaped.com. Right now, use the code TNR, 20% off your order. Use code TNR at Manscaped.com. The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
9 minutes until the full release of the Big 12 schedule with the new members coming in to the Big 12 and Texas and Oklahoma hanging around. We'll get to those leakages coming out after I tell you about our official tequila of the next round. That is Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the official tequila of TNR. The world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante is aged in a new European oak barrel and double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit and character with character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. It is Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping and mixing. First off, Oklahoma State and Oklahoma are going to play each other. Brett McMurphy said they will be in Stillwater this year. So if you believe this is the last of Bedlam for the foreseeable future, it will end in Stillwater. If they hang around for another year, it'll go back to Norman.
Well, the way I read Brett's tweet is even if they join the SEC, it's contracted through 2025. I could be reading that wrong.
Okay.
Bedlam series will end for foreseeable future when Oklahoma joins the SEC in 2025. Next year's Bedlam finale will be in Norman. So that'd be 2024. So I guess if they join early, this could be the end of it.
This could be the end if he joins early. Yeah. And then Ross Dellinger is reporting that one game that's leaked out from his sources is Houston will play host to Texas in October.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, what an embarrassing way for Texas to go out to lose to in-state Houston.
On their
Not
field.
saying it's going to happen, but, I assume Houston's going to be – they got to replace quarterback.
I wonder if Houston plays that on their – surely they play it in their home stadium, right? They don't go to NRG. They don't play it in the bigger venue.
No,
you play that in your home field.
Yeah, they're playing LSU as a neutral site game at NRG in 27. You wouldn't give them a neutral site where they can get more Texas fans in there.
No, I played at my place, and I browbeat my fans about selling tickets to Texas fans.
Yeah. Full Big 12 schedule coming out at 1 o'clock. But as Ross says, he says Texas at Houston will almost certainly be the most splashy of the new matchups.
Really? Because
that's what he says.
Oklahoma is going to host Central Florida, the storyline. That's according to 24/7 and our buddy Brandon Marcello.
Yeah, he had sent that out last night, and I forgot to write it on my sheet and bring it up. But that's a big one because
Dillon Gabriel.
Yeah.
I mean, that's your storyline there is former Central Florida quarterback Dillon Gabriel playing his old team. So they're going to host Central Florida. Our buddy Matt Smith points out on Southern Pigskin that that's a pretty big day that Bedlam will occur. You've got Notre Dame Clemson, which could be national championship implications in that one.
Yep.
Washington USC, which could be maybe borderline national championship, certainly Pac-12 implications. And then LSU Alabama, which if LSU's what everybody thinks they are and Alabama's what they have been, that's got national championship implications. So Bedlam's going to get lost a little bit in that weekend.
So those schedules are coming out. BYU will be fun. I love games at BYU. I would love to see Oklahoma at BYU or Texas at BYU.
I do too, and I like day games.
At BYU.
Do you?
Yeah.
See, I like the late night game. I like it to be one of the last games I get to watch.
There's just something about those mountains during the day.
Yeah, you remember
really cool.
Baylor BYU this year, I think was like an 8 Central kick and went into overtime, if memory serves. And I don't know. I like that late game at Baylor, or that late game at BYU.
But seeing Texas or Oklahoma at Cincinnati at Nipper Stadium would be good. Or down at the bounce house at UCF. Texas has been there before, so we'll see what it looks like when that full schedule comes out at the top of the hour. The Buccaneers announced that they have interviewed Georgia OC and quarterback coach Todd Monken today. Is that common for a team to come out and say we did interview Todd Monken today?
Yeah, I think they have to.
Okay.
Yeah,
so there's no significance that maybe he's getting that job?
I mean, he may get the job, but I think they generally have announced who they interview. Some of that is because of the Rooney Rule. It's to keep tabs on, to make sure you're compliant there. This love affair with Todd Monken, maybe Lance, you and I are wrong about this one. Maybe Dunaway's right on this one. I've never been blown away by him at Georgia.
Yeah, again, I think he's done a good job, but I agree with you. I think there's 30 different offensive coordinators that could have done what he did over the last. But
who was it you had to? Who was it he interviewed with yesterday? You outside of
Ravens
Tampa?
yesterday.
Yeah, Ravens yesterday, Tampa today. So clearly Todd Monken's better thought of than I thought.
Well, I mean, is he really? Because the Buccaneers, I mean, that is a disaster of an offense if Tom Brady is indeed moving on and going to the 49ers or anywhere else. I mean, is it Kyle Trask? Is that what you're about to do in Tampa? You're going to go free agent quarterback? And if you are, who's that going to be? Is it going to be David Carr? I mean, I would like Carr. I wanted Jimmy G at one point. I guess Jimmy G's available too. But there'll be a lot of people fighting for those two guys.
I mean, Georgia and Alabama scored the exact same amount of points per game this year. Georgia scored more points, but they played 2 more games, but 41.1. Exact. So, I mean, that's number 4 in the nation. And I look back last year, Georgia was 9th in the nation at 38.6 points.
By the way, Georgia's not going to lose a game scoring 41 points per game.
They shouldn't. And they were 38.6 last year. They shouldn't lose one scoring 38.6 either.
Bob gives a lot of credit to Monken and his OC play calling over there. All right, final thoughts on Alabama and Vandy as we get ready for that basketball game tonight. What do you want to see from Alabama tonight? Not a play, not a pick.
No.
But what do you want to see from Alabama tonight?
Effort, defense. You didn't see it in Norman. I mean, Oklahoma made them look bad, made them look pedestrian, scoring 92 points, a season high. So you want to see them come out with energy and defense early on. And this is one of those teams you bury in the first half and give them no chance of survival in the second half.
What do you want to see from Alabama?
I want to see them shoot a little bit better from beyond the arc. Don't you think that's kind of the concern for Alabama over the last few games? They did make 10 threes on the road at Missouri, 10 out of 35, but they've been in single-digit three-pointers made of late. I think you'd like to see that pick up a little bit. Vandy doesn't have great defense, so you would think you could do that. The last time, in fact, Alabama played Vanderbilt, although it was a road game in a tough shooting environment, Alabama only shot 8 of 30 from beyond the arc. I just think if you're Nate Oates, you want to see that three-point percentage increase just a little bit.
Everyone using the word grit over there. A couple of posts in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room saying, want to see some grit tonight. Something you may have not seen Saturday in the loss at Oklahoma. It'll be interesting. I'm sort of with LT Brown. I think Alabama wins any game when they shoot well, right? Yeah. So if they shoot average, but show me some elite defense, and I think that's a better sign about this team down the stretch than what you saw.
I think the offense is going to take care of itself. To me, if Alabama really wants to make a run to Houston and get to its first ever Final Four, it's going to be on the defense.
Yeah. Yep. 20 made threes against LSU in that home game, and they've only made double-digit threes once since. So I guess that's what I'm saying, but I see what you guys are saying. You're right.
Texas A&M, Arkansas tonight, Kansas State and Kansas as well, so a pretty big basketball night. And then tomorrow as well, we will come in and do a little bit of the National Signing Day and react to this Big 12 schedule that is dropping in just a few seconds. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. Remember to give us a thumbs up wherever you watch us, including on YouTube right now. We've got a new Jelly Walker interview that's out. We've got a new Mystery Fifth Hour that's out, a new Bama and Bourbon that'll be out a little bit later on this week. We're about to record that here in just a second with our buddy Aaron Suttles. He'll have the very latest on the offensive and defensive coordinator conversation going on in Tuscaloosa. All that on the platform here at Double Down Media. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.